In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
All right, look, I need everyone to relax for a second. We can't start today's show until everybody just calms down, because I'm gonna tell you something and you're gonna jump to conclusions. All right, I don't want to cut to the me screen yet, because you're gonna react, and I don't want you to react right away. I want you to listen to me. All right, I want you to just calm down. I want you to listen to me, and I want you to trust me. Johnny is fine. All right? He's okay. No, stop writing R.I.P. Johnny before I even say any. Just give me a second. Johnny is fine. No, he's not dead. Johnny's fine. Johnny is having computer problems, and Johnny's feeling a little run down. So Johnny asked for the rest of the week off. He'll be back, just like he's always back. He's gonna be fine. Nobody killed him. Look, okay, he's not gonna be here today. That's gonna happen. But he's all right. There's not an AI Johnny. There's not any kind of it. He's doing great. He's gonna be wonderful. He was feeling a little run down, and he's having some computer problems, so he asked for today off. And I said, "Oh, would you like to come on Wednesday then instead?" And he goes, "Well, I was actually kind of hoping for the rest of the week. I'm feeling a little run down." And that's okay. It's, you know what I've been told historically? It's okay to not be okay. By the way, do you think that shit's killing men? I don't know how to feel about it. Like, there's part of me that's like, as someone who has worked shit out, and it's been very helpful, and, it kind of helps you see through, all the bullshit of the world and everything. It is really good. It kind of helps you be a step ahead of people who are, let's say, just kind of like weird and fucked up. Like you go into shit eyes wide open. However, it also, I feel like this is so fucked up. Like, this is a weird thing to say, but sometimes I throw things out to you guys and you kind of finish the thought. Now, some of you are terminally online and you're just going to give me the most insane sociopathic answer ever, but some of you have good things to contribute. Is some of that openness, is some of that stuff detrimental? Like, it's good, but is it also bad? Or is it all good, and the way we've been doing it before has maybe, been leading to a lot of hypertension and stress and heart disease and dying young? And do some people think that the dying young thing was honorable in some way? I don't know. The point is, I'm getting text messages. I'm getting emails. Johnny's not dead. Johnny just needed to say he's not feeling so well. He needs the rest of the week. And my point was, it's okay to not be okay. That's what you're supposed to say now. So Johnny will be back on Monday. No, I'm not docking Johnny's pay. I'm not getting rid of Johnny as a co-host. And no, Johnny's not dead. He's fine. I promise you. Coltrane says, no, you shove that shit deep down and you die at 58. See, like, I don't believe that that's a good thing. I think burying shit, hiding shit, and then, you know, your whole system seizing up and you crashing out at 58 years old, I don't really know if that's an honorable death. I really don't know if your family, you know, sees it that way. Well, you know, then I guess the nice part is the way men are going now, we're not going to have families to worry about. As the young guys coming up, they're all whacking off and marrying AI. We got another person who's going to marry their AI partner, and they're celebrating it, and they think it's wonderful, and that's great. I guess mental illness, we're going for it. But Johnny's not dead. He's fine. MSO says, say it ain't so. R.I.P. Johnny. Look, he's okay. All right? He's okay. Johnny's going to be back on Monday, and he's going to be all right. Hobo Chili says, is there an open spot? I'd like to co-host with you. I promise I won't say anything inflammatory. Oh, well, that's the only thing I was worried about, Hobo. I was going to have you on as a co-host, but my thing was I was worried you might say something offensive or inflammatory that could get me in trouble. I had no idea that you had no designs on doing that. Well, now I just feel silly. I didn't know that you were going to be fine and good-natured. My fault. Eric Cartman says, Aaron, you should try out the AI robots. They will stop all heartbreak in the future. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Hobo says, condolences, Digger. You didn't even get to have the USS Express. Not to critique the way you put that together, but I feel like we got to either go USS MS or MS Express. USS MS Express is too much. It's too much together. A-Team with $1 says, can we change the show name from Steel Toe to Steel Chins? No, I have the same amount of chins I've always had. However many chins I have now, that's the same amount of chins I've always had. Why? Because I am the same weight now as I have always been, except for those brief few months at a time where I would be about 215. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Just stop drinking soda, you fat fuck. At any rate, no. I appreciate you requesting a rebrand. I'm going to deny you today. Add a few zeros behind that one. Maybe we talk. And Mr. Imus says, would a new AI wife talk with the ex-wives asking for a friend? I don't think so. I think you can program. I think you can program the AI wife. I think that'll be, you don't want them talking to each other. Oh, yeah, he did that when we were together, too. Yeah, got to look out for that kind of a thing. Shut the fuck up. You're going to turn the AI wife into a goddamn serial killer. All right, let's continue on. We have to talk about a lot of things today. You know what I learned about just before the show went on the air? I learned about Ozempic pussy. Did you know this is a thing? Like a lot of fat people are using Ozempic. Before Ozempic, there were three choices. You could exercise, you could get lap band surgery if you were really obese, or you could just die young and have all kinds of health problems. Well, now there's a fourth option, and that's you take a pill, and that pill stops you from feeling hungry. So basically, it just slows down the food digestion process. So you take Ozempic, and everything just kind of backs up. It's supposed to be for diabetics. But then people found out, oh shit, I can lose weight without ever losing weight without having to exercise, people think it's just the no exercise part. It's also the whole you don't go through the mental transformation, the emotional transformation of the hard work, achieving something, doing something that makes you feel good. You just are a passerby in your own experience where you take a pill, it melts off, and then you go, oh, I guess I look different now. I imagine that people get off Ozempic and they start gaining weight. Kind of like those, in the early 2000s, it was those crash diets like Atkins. And there were these diets where like, oh, eat a pound of bacon every day and you'll lose weight. And people would do that. But then they'd be like, okay, well, I can't eat bacon all the time. I'll drop dead in a couple of weeks. So I'm going to stop with the eating nothing but bacon diet. And then magically, they'd get fat again. I don't know if that's happening with Ozempic. What I do know is women's pussies are getting sad. They've already got a name for it. It's called Ozempic vulva. And this is my favorite part about the modern healthcare industry and the modern drug industry in general, is that we just kind of throw it out there. And I'm pretty sure with all the lobbying and shit, we've just stopped testing this stuff before we release it. COVID vaccine, Ozempic, all this stuff, Viagra. Just throw it out there. And in like 20 years, when people's shit starts falling off, well, then we'll know that that's what happens. So with Ozempic, they didn't know this when it first came out, but they know it now, which tells me it wasn't tested enough. Your vulva falls down. I'm not talking like a prolapsed uterus or anything. Like your pussy isn't falling. The whole manifold just everything just starts falling down because of Ozempic. So they're arguing about what the potential causes are. Now, naturally, the drug company wants to say it's not the drug. They're saying that the changes in the vulvar changes, changes in the vulvar changes, aren't directly caused by Ozempic itself, but are often linked to the rapid weight loss it can induce. You see, it's not our drug. It's just what our drug does. Rapid fat loss can lead to decreased fullness, sagging skin, and reduced elasticity in the vulvar and vaginal tissues. Isn't that wonderful? So you got to choose between having a woman who's morbidly obese or a woman with a pussy like a basset hound. Your pick. Additionally, rapid weight loss and hormonal shifts, especially a potential decrease in estrogen, can contribute to vaginal dryness and discomfort. So, the commonly reported symptoms from fat women on Ozempic that are losing weight: sagging or aged appearance of the labia, so you get kind of the pussy jowls, if you will. That's a medical term. Pussy jowls, they start to look like a Shar-Pei a little bit. The vaginal dryness and irritation, weakness of pelvic floor muscles, and vaginal looseness. Doesn't this all sound nice? But they'll lose 30 pounds. That's kind of cool. Changes in vaginal discharge and increased risk of yeast and bacterial infections. Now, I want to remind you that Ozempic is denying that this has anything to do with their drug. Ozempic is saying, no, this is just what happens to every woman when she loses 80 pounds. Their pussies fall out. That's the contention of the drug company that makes Ozempic, is that vaginal dryness and irritation, sagging or aged appearance of the labia, weak pelvic floor muscles, vaginal looseness, changes in discharge, all of that stuff. That's just every woman who loses a bunch of weight. That's just what happens to them. Our drug? No, not in a million years. Keep taking it, you fatty. Don't worry about that smelly pussy of yours and that new yeast infection and the fact that your labia touched the floor. Just keep taking the pill. God, people really don't want to jog, do they? I will literally watch my pelvic floor drop. I will watch my labia sag to the ground before I'll eat a salad and go for a run. Bravo, America. Great job, guys. Killing the game. Killing the game. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, you get Bonnie Blue pussy. Yeah, that's about it. You get Bonnie Blue pussy. when that happens. Brian says, changes in discharge. What the fuck, Bish? Why do you have discharge? Well, no, I think discharge is like any kind of fluid the area might produce. I think that's what they mean by discharge. I don't think they mean just like, you know, the turtle ooze just coming up through the sewer grates or like the pink slime in Ghostbusters 2. I don't think that's what they're talking about. Main Vein says, this is fucking awesome. I hope this happens to my ex. Hey, look, it's hope. Yeah, so isn't it, that is kind of funny. No matter what happens to women, whether they don't take Ozempic and they stay fat, or they take Ozempic and their fucking transom falls out, either way, they're going to waddle. That's interesting. Eaton Clam says, you ever seen that karate movie, Crouching Beaver, Droopy Pussy? It's, well, you know. I've never seen it personally, but I've heard good things, and I hate foreign movies. I really do. Bigot on Socialist Media says middle-aged simps would throw money at Bonnie Blue Pussy. I would hope not. I would hope not, but you're probably right. Eric Cartman says they really want men to stay away from women. Well, what happens to us? I would assume that men's dicks stop working on Ozempic. I'm going to assume that there's Ozempic dick. Ozempic penis. There is no scientific evidence to suggest that Ozempic, a medication used for weight management, has any effect on the penis. Oh my God, so God just hates women. That's what it is. God hates women and just wants to destroy their vaginas one way or the other. It's God's way of saying, work out, you whore. Bappa Shops. Oh, God, here we go. Oh, no, this one's okay. This one's not going to make me feel more depressed or challenge my worldview at all. Bappa Shop says, fun fact about Eli Lilly, the company that first got the contract first for the compound. Eli Lilly was the company that the CIA used to manufacture LSD because they couldn't mass produce it. Is Eli Lilly who makes Ozempic? Who makes Ozempic? Oh, this just says the Jews. No. Novo Nordisk makes Ozempic. Novo Nordisk CEO. Oh, he's a total Scandinavian. That Lars Frugard Jorgensen. So we're safe. Hold on, let me just make sure. Oh, he's a Danish business. Yeah, he's a true Viking, dude. He's fine. He's totally okay. Just hold on, I'm just reading a little bit. Yeah, he's, you know, just a normal Viking ripping off other Vikings and wrecking women's pussies. Congratulations. Mad Max Mardigan says, have you seen Bonnie Blue's forehead and bird lips? I'm surprised Aaron is not sending her love letters already. Guys. It's not just a giant. You need to have more than a giant forehead. What the audience has noticed and what I've realized is that you have a woman I find beautiful, and then I'm told later, Aaron, take a look at that noggin of hers. She's got a big forehead. It's a chicken and the egg situation that you guys are fucking up. Let's go to this text message. I heard every 20 pounds you lose, your dick gets an inch bigger. Oh, well, everybody get on Ozempic. Every guy will be looking like a Holocaust survivor by the end of the week. Hulkamasha Baby with $2 says, I knew you had vagina. Oh, God, here we go. What did I say? I will literally watch my pelvic floor drop. I will watch my labia sag to the ground before I'll eat a salad and go for a run. No, if you would have played the rest of that out, you would have seen that I was talking as a woman, not. You know what? There's no point in explaining. Good morning, everyone. That's what I wanted to start with today was Ozempic pussy. I saw this in the New York Post. They didn't say pussy. I think they said vulva. They used some kind of weird middle-aged medical correct term. I hate it. Just call it Ozempic pussy, and we're good. 275 is the number for today. We went over by a little bit yesterday. We went over by a lot on the evening show. Thank you guys so much for a wonderful Monday. We got off to a great start, and we hope to keep that vibe going here on today's show. 88 gifted memberships away from 400. Can we hit 400 by the end of the week? That's the question. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Beg, 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 shake, shake, shake. You guys have been doing an amazing job as of late. Continue on. Don't let me interrupt you. Give to the show that gives back to you. Atomic Ray has an article. We wouldn't have Ozempic without Gila monsters. Their hunger-regulating venom inspired a weight loss drug. So a fucking southwestern desert lizard. Yeah, anything to avoid a push-up, right? Anything to avoid counting calories, anything to avoid looking at the nutritional facts. I'm surprised Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has the stomach he does for the fight he's taking on. Kennedy! Just seeing what Americans are willing to do to not go for a walk, it's got to make him feel like, what the fuck am I even doing? I'm trying to get rid of high fructose corn syrup for you people. I'm trying to get them to make your French fries in beef tallow instead of oil. I'm trying to tell you what medications are good for you. I'm trying to tell you what foods can make you the most healthy. And you just wreck your pussy taking don't feed me pills. God bless. God bless. Fuck you, dude, says 88, you say. Yes, 88. I'm sure 14 of you got that. Congratulations. All right, let's continue on. I found this interesting. So PlayStation tweeted out yesterday afternoon, about how to handle inappropriate in-party voice chats on PS5 consoles. Just like the way people talk to each other using PS5. And I saw people angrily respond to this, and it just further proved my point about the internet has destroyed manhood. Like, men are fucked. They're finished because they're all becoming little pussies and little bitches. And they're all just becoming like, oh, I'm going to cosplay as the person I wish I had the balls to be in real life. I saw grown men bitching about this yesterday, and it just made me go, all right, you know what? Enough internet for one day. I'll see you on the show. All PlayStation did was they put out this tweet that said, please be respectful when using in-party voice chats on PS5 consoles. If you encounter harassment or inappropriate behavior, you can report it, and the PlayStation safety team will review and respond accordingly. Reporting inappropriate behavior on PS5, and then they put a link. I literally saw grown men that I follow on Twitter retweeting this and being upset about it. Like, you fucking little bitch. Hey, oh yeah, well, thanks a lot for no free speech, PlayStation. Thanks for being the fun police. They literally just said, hey, if you're trying to have a good time playing a video game that, I'm sorry, guys, is fake, it's not real. If someone's harassing you or saying horrific things to you that you don't want to hear, let us know and we'll take care of it. Which, by the way, sounds like a completely reasonable policy. I'd like to make a request of you. Maybe don't take your video games so fucking seriously that you go online and you start harassing a stranger. Don't be a fucking psychopath, and you won't have this problem. I mean, imagine being so mentally fucked in the head that PlayStation says, hey, when you go and you play your fake video game to escape reality, how about don't be a cunt? And if someone is being a cunt to you, why don't you let us know, and we'll take care of that cunt. And then imagine being such a cunt that you go, what? PlayStation won't let me be a cunt. It's like, we need to start phasing these people out. I mean, should PlayStation just hire a drone program to bomb these people's houses? Probably. They probably should just bomb their houses. Believe me, you'll be putting them out of their misery. You'll be doing them a favor. But the idea, I mean, it's embarrassing to watch grown men. I understand if you're like a teenager and after school you play video games with your friend and like that's your whole frame of reference for life. Okay, it's still a good lesson to learn not to behave like a cunt. But if you are a grown-up and PlayStation has to remind you, hey, don't harass the shit out of anyone while you're playing your fake video games, and you throw a tantrum because of it, you aren't a free speech fighter. You aren't a ball-busting First Amendment advocate. You are the biggest fucking loser I've ever heard of. They won't let me say mean words to strangers on my video games. Fuck off then. Like, honestly, just go. We never needed you. We don't need you. And also, if you're PlayStation, what do you expect them to do? Their job is to make money. They're not going to make money if it just becomes a breeding ground for crazy antisocial LARPing retards who want to just yell shit at people all the time because they're unhappy with their life. Admit that's where you are. Start to take steps away from the video game that might help that, and maybe you won't be such an unhappy person. But for PlayStation, people not letting their kids go on and play games online is not a good business model. So they do need to nip that in the bud. And I'm sorry to the adults who are really mad that PlayStation wants people to report harassment. These fucking games shouldn't even be for you. They should be for young people, all right? Maybe it's time for you to go on a walk around the block. Maybe it's time for you to, fix something around the house. Maybe it's laundry day today. You could take a break. But instead, we're going to go on Twitter and we're going to piss and moan and we're going to whine about PlayStation again, tweeting out that if people encounter harassment or inappropriate behavior, you can report it and the PlayStation safety team will review and respond accordingly. Now, the fact that you would be mad at that, why can't I harass a stranger when I play my video games? I mean, this is also a good thing for you. They're trying to save you from yourself. And again, if you are someone who's upset about this, it's time to take a good hard look in the mirror. The call might be coming from inside the house. $2 from Helgi. He has a YouTube short for us. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Sam Show says PS5, what, like 10 people? There is no PS6, right? I mean, PS5 is still... Are we living in an Xbox world? I've always been a PlayStation guy. You know what? I agree with you guys. I think maybe a lot of these guys tweeting about this online might be taking a little bit too much Ozempic. Their pussy's falling out. That might be the problem. MSO says, what is he? No, I'm not crying about anything. I'm mocking the people that are crying about it. It's wild to me. It's insane. Atomic Ray says PS5 owners save their drink bottles for piss chugs. Yeah, Mr. Imus and I are in perfect harmony on this. Adults who play video games are the problem in this country. Lazy losers living in fantasy world. Right. It's like people who do nothing all day but watch drama podcasts and then write about it. It's crazy to me. The two things are the same disease. They're the same symptom. They're part of the same problem. If you can't see that, you have a problem, and I'm trying to help you. Redbird with $1 says, I don't know if the middle-aged wannabe radio jock LARPing his glory days in the basement poking retards on the internet wants to take this stance. New boot goofing. Now, if I didn't know you were kidding about that, I would say, ladies and gentlemen, case A of the problem. But I know Redbird, and he's being very funny. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, so this is why... No, this is not why Johnny isn't here today. He did not get his feelings hurt in a video game. Johnny did not get his feelings hurt in a video game. That is not why he isn't here. Aussie Mark is mad at me now. He says, this is how the social credit score system will be implemented. Useful idiots like Aaron saying it's not that bad. A social credit score system. I'm talking about grown men who can't stop calling kids cunt when they play a video game. You're talking about a social credit score. Why don't you just be honest and admit your weakness and say, Aaron, I know you're right. I just don't want to stop calling people cunts on video games. I don't want to stop calling strangers cunts when I play video games with them. Don't come to me about why you're alone. I'm right. Papa Shab says Johnny couldn't handle it. He cried and died shortly thereafter. Real tragic stuff. Johnny is not dead. Johnny is alive and well. He's doing great. Johnny does not need to park his camper in my driveway for 2 weeks. It's not. This story, none of our stories today have anything to do with Johnny. Trust me. None of our stories today have anything to do with Johnny and the reason he's not here today. I promise you. I do know this. I'm very good at stirring up emotions. I'm very good at getting people worked up. And I got a couple of them worked up today on the video game thing. Guys, you're not going to get me to stray from this one. You're not going to get me to change an opinion. There is a real world out there. There is the way normal people feel. And I am definitely well within the majority on this one. I promise. Play your video games. Not even saying you can't do that. Just don't develop the traits of a serial killing sociopath while you do it, and you'll be fine. Keep that hard line between real world and your fake world, and it'll be okay. If you learn nothing else from me, I know I'm arrogant, I bloviate, you're mad at me, whatever. Don't forget the messenger. The message is solid. Trust me. All right, let's go on to another whining bitch. Jimmy Kimmel. You know, there's something that really annoys me when people who are kind of on that cultural left side of things start trying to adopt culturally right-wing things. Like, there's something about when lefties try to make something cancel culture that isn't. There's something weird about the people who have been on the side of cancel culture then trying to say that they're the victims of it that really doesn't sit well with me for a couple of reasons. One, you have brutalized people and brutalized entire families and ruined things that people love because of your endorsement of this cancel culture. And number two, when you say something is cancel culture, you're not even saying it right. You're not even getting it right. Like in Jimmy Kimmel's case, he did an interview with Variety. And he was talking about the Colbert thing. And with the Colbert thing, Jimmy Kimmel was trying to frame it as, well, hey, why aren't right-wing people more upset with CBS? Right-wing people should be defending Stephen Colbert because, you know, this is cancel culture. No, it's not. Losing $40 million for your company so you get fired, no person on the right, and I hope on the left, would honestly call that cancel culture. That's called doing a bad job at work and getting fired for it. But Jimmy Kimmel wants to wrap himself and wrap Colbert in the cloak of victimhood. And I understand why Kimmel would do it. He's worried that he's next, so he's trying to cut it off at the quick. But the dishonesty, because Kimmel knows it's not cancel culture. I think Kimmel knows that there was USAID money going into all their shows that were bankrolling them and keeping them afloat. And now that that's gone, he's worried that he might be out of a job too. But to try and frame the Colbert thing as anything other than he lost $40 million for the company, get the hell out of here, we're canceling your show. I mean, if it were a cancel culture deal, what they would do is fire Colbert as the host, bring in a new host. They're not doing that. They're canceling the entire show. It's a failure. They can put on reruns of whatever big drama they have on right now, and that will end up getting better numbers and being more profitable for the company, or at least lose less money. I mean, CBS is now in a position where if they can put something on the air that loses them $20 million, they're in a better place. So Colbert didn't leave them with much of a choice. But to act like this is in any way cancel culture is such a clear and apparent attempt to get the right wing on your side. And how dare these people try to get right-wing people on their side? It would be one thing if you were just non-political your entire life. If everything Jimmy Kimmel did during his show was apolitical, and then he went, hey, right-wingers, look out for this Colbert shit. But him and Colbert have been doing nothing but shitting on conservatives, nothing but shitting on Republicans, shitting on right-wingers their entire career. And now when their chips are down, they want all these people back. Are they ready to tell the people like me who have been screaming for years and years, hey, dipshit, don't divide your audience. If you're going to do a late night comedy show, Republicans and Democrats both like to laugh. So maybe don't alienate one and call them all stupid and terrorists and racists and evil and all this shit. Maybe don't do that for the last 10 years of your life. And maybe you wouldn't find yourself in this position. I also, dude, if I were Kimmel, I would never ask the right wing for help with anything. After everything I said about them, my pride would never let me go on bended knee to the right wing in this country and go, oh, guys, you're not going to believe this. This is cancel culture. You should hate it. It's not cancel culture when it's bad performance. And it's not cancel culture when you've never run afoul of the people who are in charge of cancel culture. You've actually done their bidding. Every step of the way, you've done their job for them. You've shit on Trump. You've shit on all Trump supporters. One of you danced with vaccine needles, for Christ's sake. You insulted people who were vaccine hesitant. You insulted people who talked about ivermectin. You insulted people who were skeptical about what we were being told about COVID. All of those people turned out to be right, and you belittled them. You insulted them every night for years. So don't sit here and go, well, we're being canceled. No, you've been the propaganda this entire time. And now you want help from the people you've been trying to destroy? Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. Well, no matter what, let's hear him out. Let's hear what Jimmy has to say about Colbert, and let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm going to read you guys Kimmel's quote, and you'll go, I'm on Jimmy's side here 100%. Jimmy's right. Us, people who consider ourselves more conservative than liberal, we got to stand up for these late night guys. This is what Kimmel had to say. It's disappointing we don't see more people on the right stepping up and saying, hey, this is no good. Silencing comedians, commentators, whatever you want to call people. Who's silencing anyone? If Stephen Colbert weren't losing $40 million, he'd still be on CBS. Well, he is still, but for the past the next year, he would still be on CBS. If Colbert had been making money for CBS while dancing with vaccine needles and carrying water for anything that hated Donald Trump, they would love to employ him. They would love to keep Colbert around. They can't. They can't afford to keep him around anymore. It would be different if, okay, here's a great example. Remember when they wanted to get rid of Colbert because of the Ching Chong Ding Dong thing? He was like, oh, yeah, call us at Ching Chong Ding Dong's Laugh Emporium, blah, blah, blah. He did this Ching Chong Ding Dong joke about something Asian. And the left got in an uproar, and they wanted to hashtag cancel Colbert. That was one of the few times back then where people on the right dug in their heels. They put their feet in the ground, and they wouldn't move. And Colbert didn't get canceled. I'm sorry, but technically, if Kimmel really wants to play this game, the right wing is the reason why Stephen Colbert is still on the air. Because they fought for him way back in the Colbert Report days during the Ching Chong Ding Dong thing. So the right has stood up for Stephen Colbert in the past. There's nothing to stand up for this time. You can't sit there and insult people, belittle their way of life, belittle who they love, and say all kinds of nasty, terrible things about them. And then say, hey, why won't you guys speak up for me? Well, you should have thought of that before you were shitty to them. Then Kimmel goes on to say, I have to say, if Joe Biden had used his muscle to get Sean Hannity kicked off the air, why would he? They're both Netanyahu supporters. You may be surprised to learn that I would not support that. I would, in fact, support Sean Hannity in that situation because I thought one of the founding principles of this country was free speech. See, I'm going to vomit. I'm going to puke. Jimmy Kimmel trying to lay this shit on us like he actually believes it is gross. I don't know why these guys won't stand up for Colbert. And then, list all the reasons I just listed. Oh, if it was Hannity, acting like Hannity's a dangerous guy. Acting like Hannity's like, this Sean Hannity. This run-of-the-mill, regular, conservative, neocon Republican who agrees with everything the ruling class agrees with. Oh, yeah, that dangerous guy. If he was ever in trouble, I'd get his back. All right, now do Tucker and Nick Fuentes. And then we'll see how free speech you are. But people don't seem to care about protecting free speech unless you agree with them. Okay, two things. One, he's not a free speech cancellation. He's a water-carrying cuck who lost too much money for the company. He's replaceable. Number two, it's not about protecting free speech unless we are not protecting free speech unless we agree with it. You have actively insulted and belittled these people for years. You have quit. I hate this shit. I hate when people attack, and then when they get the slightest bit of pushback, they cry victim. It's cry bully is what it is. Jimmy Kimmel is cry bullying at this point. All right, man, look, I get it. I empathize with you. Your buddy lost his job. That sucks. You're looking for someone to blame. That sucks. But don't look at the people that you've been shitting on consistently for the better part of a decade as the reason why this happened to your friend. You dance with vaccine needles, you got to stop when they're not playing the music anymore. That's the deal. And that's what happened with Stephen Colbert. He lost a bunch of money, and they didn't have any more vaccine needles for him to dance with, so they said, sorry, buddy, you got to go. You have now come to the end of your uselessness. That's it. You have come to the end of your usefulness. Oh, God, I played this a little early. Somebody sent this in a little bit ago. 275 is our number for today. 275 away from today's goal. Thank you for the great start yesterday. And let's do the same today. We appreciate it. Someone sent this in about fat people during our Ozempic discussion. Oh, no.
Fat people are allowed to eat what they want without feeling guilty about it. Get over it.
I hate this attitude, too. This idea that the rest of us are somehow, like, upset or offended that fat people sit on their couch and eat Popeye's chicken sandwiches all day. First of all, this woman's fingers are so chubby. She's making a Popeye's chicken sandwich look far smaller than it actually is. Usually in your hands, that thing, even I got big hands, and that thing looks huge when I hold it. That didn't come off right. This woman's holding that thing. It looks like a White Castle slider. But anyway, this idea that we're all offended or that we can't get over fat people are allowed to eat what they want. Oh, believe me, we know. We're well aware that you get to eat whatever you want. We've seen you do it. This woman has an oxygen tube on her nose. Your problem is not the fact that the rest of us just be hating. The problem is you've eaten to the point where you need a machine to assist your breathing. And some of us would point out that maybe that's detrimental to your health and you should make some changes. And that's not us saying you can't eat whatever you want and not feel guilty about it. Clearly you can. We've lost that war. You're creating an obstacle so you can swipe away the obstacle because you do feel guilty about that chicken. That chicken sandwich, honey, does make you feel guilty. So if you create a straw man and then tear it down, the chicken sandwich tastes so much better. It's so much better without all that extra guilt.
Fat people are allowed to eat what they want without feeling guilty about it. Get over it.
Now, this is what we were talking about earlier. So I want to ask you a question. Would you rather look like that and have no motivation to exercise or anything like that? Or would you rather take Ozempic, lose 250 pounds, but your labia drags on the ground when you walk down the road? These are decisions that shape the souls of men at this point. Meow Meow says, it's fat people using those scooters in Walmart. That is kind of the end of the line. That's the ultimate tapping out, right? That's the ultimate I give up, is you get in the scooter and you just go, I'm going to wheel my ass around while I buy my high-cal snacks. Meow Meow says, imagine how awful she feels being that big. It can't be comfortable, right? It can't be comfortable being that big. Everything's like a wiggle and a rocking back and forth to get momentum. It's really, really bad. Really bad. McBuster says labial training wheels are a thing. I'm going to assume they're not. Helgi says it's like raising livestock. Somebody, too, says videos like this should void your health insurance. I mean, it costs us a lot of money. I mean, the reason your insurance goes up every year is because someone like that outpaces what they're paying in. That's for sure. Helgi says, if I was Haitian, she would feed my entire family for a month. Oh, I don't think you would ever get a crack at her. I think barbecue would get her. I think we found that out last night, too, that barbecue is still kicking in Haiti and he still controls most of the capital. I love that. I love that Haiti can be like our window into idiocracy, because that's a better president name than Hector Elizondo Mountain Dew Camacho. Barbecue. Right to the point. McBuster says, if I want to look at a floppy pussy, I will watch Trumpstein give a speech. Uh-oh, this will forever be remembered as the day that Trump lost McBuster. Oh, my goodness. Sam Show says, set up the derby in the center of the store. Just a ring of rascal scooters and have them go at it. I see what Helgi did there. Helgi said about barbecue, he's a real Caribbean jerk. You see, Caribbean jerk because Haiti's in the Caribbean and he's mean to people and he's bad. And Caribbean jerk is also a barbecue flick. Look, the point is, hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw us a few bucks, and let's call it another successful Tuesday. Off to a fun start today, guys. Thank you very much. 275 is our number. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks and say hello to the toe. I haven't heard any news on that stupid fucking basketball hoop story from yesterday. Things in suburban Minnesota must be going very well, because there's an Albertville City Council meeting last night was going to draw a big crowd because the city wants to take down a woman's basketball hoop. She lives in a cul-de-sac, and the neighborhood kids play at her basketball hoop, which is here. Take a look. So as you can see, the basketball hoop is at the end of someone's yard, and it hangs over into the street, but it's a cul-de-sac, so it's not like anybody's flying through there, right? Unless some kind of meth head just, by chance, takes a wrong turn. But these kids like playing basketball out in the street in their cul-de-sac, but the city says, we don't like it. Now, forget that it's anchored on her property. The city says, we don't like it, so therefore we're going to take it away. Remember, guys, you own your home, you own your property. It's yours totally, 100%. They say, nope. From a certain distance off the street, we have an easement, and we want to take down your basketball hoop. And in Albertville, Minnesota, that was the big debate last night. And we don't have any news on whether or not that lady gets to keep her hoop or not. She's even thinking, like, she's out there telling people they're sending utility workers out to my house, and I believe that these utility workers are there to vaguely threaten me and everything like that. It's wild. I mean, again, that's where we're at in the suburbs right now. Those are the big issues. It is funny to go from, like, Haiti, where a guy named Barbecue is slaughtering people, and then Albertville, Minnesota, where it's the city's being mean to a lady and won't let her keep her basketball hoop. Helgi with $2 says hello to the toe. Thank you, Helgi. Appreciate that. Everybody do that. I appreciate those hellos. We always talk about, like, what if you brought a caveman? What if you did like Encino Man? And when you did Encino Man, you brought a caveman to the real world. How would they adjust? Fuck that, dude. Like, just try bringing Barbecue to the United States. That's culture clash enough where he'd be like, so wait, I wipe my ass every time I shit? That's it. You guys just do that? Oh, okay. Well, it's going to take some getting used to, but I think I'll nail it down. I think I've got it. McBuster says, I was correct about Trump in 2013. I didn't see the Epstein thing coming, though. Oh, well. I will say from the beginning, I said I'm not expecting them to release anything on Epstein. I'll believe it when I see it, but I hope they do. This is me still hoping. Hobo Chili Recipe says, yeah, idiocracy to an actual cannibalistic warlord. It's a trend line is what it is. It's a trend line. Somebody, too, says, Aaron, did the police show up to take down the hoop in your neighborhood? Last I talked to them, they said they would get right on it. Yeah, could you imagine being that big of a cunt that someone says, oh, yeah, we have a basketball hoop in the neighborhood, and the kids love to play on it and everything else. And you were one of the people who went, I'm going to call and tell them to take that hoop down. Like, I can't imagine being someone who would make that phone call and think that you've accomplished anything. Bigot on Socialist Media says all kids were playing games in the streets. When wasn't it okay? When we started paying city officials way too much money and there were way too many government jobs and they all needed to justify what they do. Aussie Mark says they're already getting rid of Bongino. Guy wasn't good at gaslighting. Dude, I'm waiting for that day too. I'm waiting for the day where they announce, oh yeah, Dan Bongino just wants to spend more time with his family. All the rumors coming out are that Bongino was pissed about the Epstein thing. But no official. Oh, Bondi Patel tapped Missouri AG as the. Oh, yep, it's over. Last night, wow, dude, you're right. Take a look at this. Bondi and Patel. Oh, sorry. Allow ads on your website so you can slow everything we're doing down and refresh every 13 seconds to put new ads up there. Lord knows Fox News isn't doing well. Bondi and Patel tap Missouri AG as additional FBI co-deputy director alongside Bongino. No, go ahead. Run the ad on full volume before I get done reading the headline to your story. This is a really useful user interface. This is really good. People are going to like this. Somebody texting in, my neighbor called the city because my cat shit in his yard. Unbelievable. They're babysitters now. They're essentially just babysitters.
Putting sanctuary cities.
All right, so the Bongino thing. I thought they were going to have a news update for us. Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel are bringing on Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey as an additional deputy director of the Bureau. Bailey will serve as a co-deputy director alongside Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Does anyone else think that this isn't a message being sent to Bongino like, hey, buddy, why don't you go take care of that Rumble channel of yours? I feel like it misses you. I feel like they need you. I feel like you've really been taking the eye off the ball. So Bongino's out. Aussie Mark says, I wonder if Bongino will go without a fight. Of course he'll go without a fight. Of course he will. I mean, the rumors were that he was arguing with Bondi about the Epstein stuff behind the scenes and that Dan Bongino was vocally not happy about the way the Epstein stuff went. Here's how Dan can redeem himself, because I don't take that whole, I don't like the whole, oh, well, behind the scenes. No, fuck you. If you can't say it out loud, if you don't have the courage of your convictions to stand up out loud and say, this is bullshit what we're doing on Epstein and I'm willing to lose my job over it. I mean, look, these guys like Bongino, they fight behind the scenes. They don't say anything out loud because they don't want to lose their job. But then you fight behind the scenes and they take your job away from you anyway. So just fucking say it if you got something to say. Now, I think the way that he can redeem himself, Aussie Mark in the chat already, before I even say anything, is going, he can't be redeemed. Forget it. There's no redemption for him, so on and so forth. If he comes out and he tells us what he really knows about Epstein, if he comes out and he says, I know X, Y, and Z, this is what happened, then I think we can all talk about, first of all, Rumble's numbers are going to do great, which helps everybody. But also, it can, you know, he can redeem himself in the eyes of the Trump supporters who went, oh, so it clearly is Bondi, it clearly is Patel. And what loyalty does he owe these fucking people? They're already openly, this is like auditioning for new partners while you're with somebody. This is like Hall auditioning people to sing with him and telling Oates, oh, don't worry, buddy, it's fine. Like, they're actively showing you who your replacement is. You don't owe these people anything. But will he say anything? Probably not. Helgi says Dan Bongino is a sad pussy. Hashtag thanks Ozempic. I mean, I would say Dan Bongino is right up there with Kash Patel as one of the two people who yelled the loudest that we were going to show you everything we had on Epstein. Then he gets in there. They make a few threats to the family. I mean, when haven't you watched Kash Patel talk about this and his eyes aren't wide and he looks like he's shitting his pants? Every time. These guys get a couple of threats from the powers that be, and all of a sudden, you know, there was no conspiracy. There was no abuse. Nothing. Everything was fine. We were all wrong. Coltrane says, I want Dan back. I couldn't wait for Aaron's show to end to flip over to his. Hey, wait a minute. I was trying to be nice. Let's go to Switchblade Proper says, how does Dan Bongino go back on the air and not spill everything? The chat is never going to just let it go. This will haunt him until he tells the truth. Not necessary. I mean, you can just do your show. He doesn't have to look at his chat. I mean, he would have to lose money. He would have to lose audience, and that's not going to happen right away. You know, I think a lot of people are like, yeah, you know, the comment section, the chat. Most of us don't give a shit. Like, most of us, if anything, kind of laugh. You know what they don't laugh at? Losing money, losing audience. That's, you know, the chat, like, if you're like, oh, well, what about what his chat said? As long as his chat is talking, believe me, if you do this, if this is what you do, if you're one of the real ones at this, just the fact that the chat is chirping, just the fact that the chat is talking, that's all you care about. You know, people can go, oh, but they're saying mean things to him. Who fucking cares? Your job is to get people to emote, not to like you. Your job is to get people to have a reaction to the things you say. So that's a win for Dan Bongino. What's not going to help him is if people see him as dishonest and then they stop supporting him. But I agree with you. I don't know, Switchblade Proper, I don't know how Bongino can go back on the air and not immediately start talking about the, not Bongino, the Epstein stuff right away. I mean, what do you know? Even if it's for him to go, look, I know you guys want me to talk about it, but I don't know anything. What I told you is what, like, if he comes out and he says that, people will be mad, people will be upset. But at the very least, he should address it. You Need Me More says, I just got here. Where's Johnny? In Johnny's words, he's having computer issues and he's feeling run down. He needs some time off. He's feeling a little bit run down, which is understandable given his condition. Condition, yes. So Johnny is off until Monday. Thank you to Doorman for $25.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Doorman kicking us off with 25 over on the PayPal end of things today. Wow, thank you, buddy. That puts us at 250 for today. And it puts Doorman on the board. He says, challenge to the other VIPs, match my 25 and let's knock out the goal by 8 again. And another win for the toe. You heard it here first. Doorman is saying to all the Steel Toe OGs, to all the Steel Toe VIPs, he's setting the bar at $25. Otherwise, that's 5 gifted Rumble memberships. Match his $25 and knock out the goal by 8. Do I think it's going to happen? I don't know, but it sure would be nice. Thank you so much, Doorman. That's a very, very nice thing for you to say. I appreciate it. 250 is the number. So really, it wouldn't take many of you. So 10 of our OGs, 10 of our VIPs doing $25 today, and we've got our goal knocked out by 8 o'clock. Well, let's see if Doorman inspires something or if everybody just tells Doorman to go fuck himself. I hope it's the former and not the latter. Thank you, buddy. And thank you, Mark Robinson, for becoming a member on YouTube. He became a baby boot. We are going to do a members only show tomorrow morning, immediately after the morning show. So join us then. Join us then. Oh, sorry, Doorman, you've upset actual SJW. He's upset that you asked people to do that. So VIPs and OGs definitely don't contribute $25 right now because you will make actual SJW passively upset and passively pissy. Don't do that. Don't use him as the butt of the joke. It's not okay. It's not okay. Helgi says a pack of smokes and a Celsius costs $14.66. So my morning routine is only 20 cents away from being perfect. I don't get it. Explain it to me. Richard Head says Johnny was killed last night at the Minnesota Zoo. He was trying to harvest tiger balls for his business. I told him I wanted to pick up some tiger balm, and he just doesn't listen. It's too bad. It's too bad. Oh, McBuster says actual SJW is a pussy and a whiny cunt. Who cares? That's not very nice. Everyone is welcome here, no matter how they decide to cope with the toe making a couple of jokes. Here we go. Over on the Venmo side of things, we're getting diverse today. A lot of diversity. You guys love that. Katie with $25 says, I heard there was an OG/VIP call to attention. Katie with $25.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Uh-oh. Are the OGs and the VIPs actually going to answer Doorman's $25 call? Oh, that also puts us under 230 for today. God damn it. Well, there goes that fun part. All right. VIPs and OGs, get your 25 in and keep this rolling today. Actual SJW, we didn't even know anyone was on. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun of you or anything else. We don't know because that's gay. If you need to watch that much Aaron to cope, that's on you, buddy. Don't give us your bullshit. Plus, we know you love this. You can't get enough of it. I'm your Howard Stern. You need to see what I'll say next. Don't worry, it's going to be boring. It looks like Trump wants to get rid of voter fraud. He wants to get rid of the mail ballot drop boxes. This is kind of a leftover deal from COVID, and I can't wait for it to go away, is the ballot drop boxes, the mail-in voting. I thought, there was part of me that thought they're going to do this for COVID, and then they're going to, I know this is going to sound stupid. You're going to go, Aaron, you're the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived. And I understand. I really did think they were going to do mail-in voting for the COVID election in 2020 and then also the what do you call them? The midterm elections in 2022. And then we'd be done with mail-in voting. We would see that it's not right. We would see that it's clearly like it's so fucked up to allow mail-in voting. It's like at that point, you might as well allow people to vote online like you did on American Idol back in the day. Mail-in voting is so rife for fraud. I mean, we just had a story yesterday. Was it Connecticut? There was that city councilman who was literally caught on tape stuffing ballot boxes. He literally drove around and was shoving ballots into the mail-in drop box, and he won by a couple dozen votes. So it is like clearly so easy to defraud that system. So Trump this yesterday morning decided to hammer out a short essay about mail-in voting and then signed an executive order to try and limit mail-in voting as much as possible. I don't know how much he's going to be able to end it. I don't know if Trump's going to be able to end mail-in voting, but I can understand why he feels personal about it. Because a lot of people would argue that mail-in voting fucked him over in the 2020 election. You know what? I wouldn't even say you can argue that it fucked him over in the 2020 election. It did. I mean, we all watched the election coverage that night. You stayed up until 12, 1 o'clock. Trump is killing it. Trump is crushing Biden in 2020. You wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and all of a sudden Biden is pulled ahead by just as many votes as he needed in all these states. And they said, oh, well, overnight all the mail-in ballots came in and they started counting those. Oh, wow. I mean, that makes fucking no sense at all. I mean, right? Exactly. That happens all the time. You know, we just, we didn't count any mail-in ballots while you guys were awake. And wouldn't you know, while you were asleep, we got just the amount of mail-in ballots we needed for this guy to pull ahead. And by the way, don't question that, or you're a piece of shit, you're a Nazi, and you should probably go to jail. You should have your YouTube taken away. You should have your Facebook and your Twitter taken away. And don't you dare say anything about that damn laptop. So I can see why Trump is pissed about mail-in voting. It's very personal for him. But also, I think if you really do want, and we keep hearing this term, free and fair elections, I think you should want to get rid of mail-in voting. Either get your ass to the voting booth or just don't contribute. How's that? Scooby Jooby Jew with $25 says, fine, I feel like being included. Another answer to the $25 challenge.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we got Scooby Jooby Jew, Katie, and Doorman. The challenge, if you're just joining us, Doorman, who's a steel toe VIP and an OG, challenged all the VIPs and OGs to throw in $25 and knock out the goal by, what did he say, 8 o'clock? I like it. I like the idea of the challenge. Let's see how many people answer it. $200 away from today. And, oh, here we go. Another one rolling in. Not quite a 25, but still fantastic either way. If I were a VIP, I'd send 25, but since I'm 39, oh no, that's a apostrophe. Apostrophes show up weird on PayPal. Since I'm just a commoner, I'll just contribute $10 today. Aaron, you rock. Thank you. I do rock. I appreciate it. 190 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. All right, so I guess now that it's been set by commoners and it's been set by VIPs. If you're a commoner, $10. If you're a VIP and OG, $25, and they want to hammer it out by 8 o'clock. Plus, you trigger all the right people. They're going to be very upset about this. 50 in the 320 becoming a member for 39 months. Thank you very much. Oh, we're not done yet. Hold on 1 second. Our first place guy, who's been getting a lot of gifted donations, Gray Duckling with $20 says, I'm not falling for this. Oh, damn. Well,
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Well, guys, we couldn't trick Gray Duckling into the 25. He just gave us 20. We appreciate that. Oh, free speech coach, we're just having a good time. You don't need to seethe with your fan fiction. Free speech coach says, what about Walter? He only donates 50s. You heard that. If you're out there, Walter, they're saying you only donate 50s. I think now's the time to go 51. Captain Joe with $20 says, not a VIP nor an OG, but I appreciate what you do. Well, Captain Joe, not as much as I appreciate you being here and contributing. Thank you, buddy.
Gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Oh, my God. What a morning. Thank you guys so much. Captain Joe with $20. Thank you very much. And again, Walter has been called out by Free Speech Coach saying Walter only does 50s. Well, we'll see today. We'll see what happens. All right, 155 away from today. Professor Tie-Dye, becoming a member for 7 months, says, you get my membership message. That's your member. I was like, where is it? I don't know. Plankton with $1 with a good point here. He says mail-in fucked him over because he made that happen. He talked shit about it the entire time running up to it, scared people from using it, pushed in-person voting, and COVID didn't help. That's a great point. I think what the Republicans should have done is low-key encouraged as much cheating as the Democrats did. That should have been the way they went, but they didn't. I think that's a great point. Trump didn't help himself at all by going, mail-in voting is a hoax, it's a scam, and trying to get people to, roll with him on that. I think that did hurt him. I could hurt him quite a bit. I still don't know if he would have won. It did kind of seem like it did kind of seem like they were going to get the amount of votes they needed through mail-in voting no matter what happened, but we'll never know. What if he would have tried it the other way? Coyote NV with 199 says, why do some podcasters dislike you so adamantly? They don't. They need money. They are fucked without me. That's the thing. Don't buy into any of these gimmicks. These people, I'm the only guy who's going to tell you the truth and go, it's all a show. It's a performance. None of these guys dislike me. Carl texted me fucking 3-4 weeks ago. Hey, look, I'm at a baseball game. Don't fucking talk to me. You fucking little club-footed douchebag. Get out of here. But none of these guys actually dislike me. It's coming from a place of weakness. Believe me. They need steel toe. I'm the only one making fucking content. I'm the only one who's actually doing a show. What do? They watch Aaron. If I stop, I let down a lot of people who need me desperately. And I'm not just talking about the fans who are here. I'm talking about the steel toe fans that are everywhere that plays steel toe. They need me desperately. And if you can't cope with that fact, then maybe you're just taking this thing a little too seriously because it's pretty easy to see through, guys. All right, we got the Scooby Jooby Jew challenge going right now. I don't want to talk too much about that because it does upset a lot of people and they just rage at me. But that's also part of why I'm the best at what they do. 155 away from tonight. We've got 88 away from 400 on Rumble. Uh-oh, what happened? Speaking of super tips, Nightwave Radio can't use it anymore. Oh, I can't imagine that dysfunctional organization got in another feud with one of its people that uses its services. Oh my God. Color me. Knock me over with a feather. Almost like I could predict that shit too. Fuck, you could. That's not even a prediction I'd be proud of. Shit, you can set your watch to that. Oh, man. Oh, my God, I can't believe it. Oh, Elizabeth, it's the big one. All right, 155 away from today. Who was it? Doorman said all VIPs and OGs. He's challenging them to throw in $25. Rebecca, who is not a VIP, says all the commoners should throw in 10. I love it. You guys are at 155 already, and I appreciate it. Chevy fan says he's locked out of Stripe payments. He melted down for 15 minutes last night. It was bad. Really? You know what, Chevy fan? If you could email me that or send me that somewhere, I'd like to take a look at that today. That might be something to take a look at for tonight's show. Thank you, Chevy fan. I appreciate that. Main Vein with $20. Thank you, buddy.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Main Vein with the $20 says for the daily white power hour later in the show. Thanks, Aaron. I don't know if we have a white. First of all, I've never called it the white power hour, to be clear. But I don't know if we have a white power hour today. Thank you for the $20, Main Vein. 140 away from today. Landers says no one likes a crooked-eyed goon who fingers cats. Well, I don't think anybody does that, but if someone did do that, yes, then nobody would like them. Nader P says, I was going to donate, but as a fat, I need my money for Popeye's chicken and Mountain Dew. You know what? I understand. Steel Toe Brewing, I love this. Steel Toe Brewing with $1.99 says, there's only room for one of us. Cease and desist. Well, I own the trademark to mine. And mine's not Steel Toe Brewing. So I literally, by the eyes of the law, I do believe that there literally is room for two of us. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, I'd give more, but our new mayor is going to raise our property taxes. Ah, shit. What happened, buddy? Let's see. Well, yeah, actual SJW, of course, because it's me. I draw that. I'm the draw. It's 30 people without me. Oh, I didn't know you didn't understand that. You poor thing. Your property taxes will go up next year under a proposed budget levy by St. Cloud Mayor Jake Anderson. You know, I have to be honest with you. My property taxes have not gone up enough in the last 7 years. They really, it hasn't been enough. Unfucking believable. Are you kidding me? Your property taxes will go up next year under a proposed budget by St. Cloud Mayor Jake Anderson. He laid out the city's preliminary budget in front of the city council on Monday night. Here's my deal. Show me what you're spending that money on so I can decide how mad I want to be. Because if you show me like, hey, we're going to fix all the streets and all the curb and gutter and all the lights and everything's going to be great and we're going to have all these new things built and oh my God, we're going to clean up the east side of St. Cloud and it's not going to be the biggest fucking shithole that you've ever seen. Okay, let's talk about it. But instead, it's just going to be more of the same shit. Hey, give us more of your money. Where's it going? You'll never know. The voter-approved fire levy to address funding gaps is an additional $180 a year on a $200 home. So combining the two increases, the property tax increase on a $200,000 home would be just over $250 a year. Great. And the way housing prices are going up, most of us are probably looking at around $500 a year. Your taxes will go up. Now, Anderson says the increased revenue is needed because the city has no reserves available to address emergencies like natural disasters. You know, all the fucking hurricanes that we have. You know, all those tornadoes that tear through St. Cloud that's never fucking happened. You know, all the flooding we get from the... Once a year, there's some flooding in the... we'll take care of it. That one restaurant floods every year. It's fun. It's a seafood restaurant, so it kind of works. The goal is to set aside 40% of the city's annual budget. 40? But in 2026, St. Cloud is projected to dip below that number. The reserve fund balance has been decreasing for the last 15 years. Okay, so yeah, definitely, City of St. Cloud, don't look at where you're spending money, spend less, and then move that money into the reserves. Just go ahead and reach into our fucking pockets and take it. You know, this is what creates resentment. People want to call it racism. People want to call it, white anger, whatever. How about the fact that you're a fucking homeowner in this city and you get fleeced and robbed and fucked up the ass? Meanwhile, we've got a bunch of dependents who probably shouldn't even fucking be here because really, what are they throwing in? And are they going to see an increase? No, but they can keep running food stamp, daycare, and feeding our future scams. This is why people get resentful. We imported a shitload of third world people that need nothing but city services and increase the budget. And when things get a little too tough, they go, hey, why don't we take these people who have worked hard, bought homes, and just fuck them over the more expensive their house is? And then I don't understand why they're getting resentful at us and these other people that are fucking siphoning city services like an unfillable hole. And we don't get to be mad. If we're mad, we're unreasonable. Meanwhile, the last 5 years, they have been fucking us in the ass on property taxes. And you turn on the news and what do you see? Daycare scandal. What do you see? That place by Harbor Freight. Food stamp fraud and food stamp scandal. Feeding our future scandal. You name it. Oh, my God. You could go way, 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 way deeper into this. I mean, it's frustrating. And then the resources that are needed at schools to accommodate all this. That's not free. Oh, but we don't have enough in our reserves. We don't have enough money in our reserves to handle natural disasters. Fucking hell. I don't know. Helgi says, just vote your way out of it, Aaron. Right. I mean, we didn't vote any of this shit in. Definitely can't vote it out because there was nobody in St. Cloud going, hey, take a bunch of people from the fucking Horn of Africa and throw them into fucking Minnesota. Do they know how to drive? No, give them a fucking license anyway. Who gives a shit? What are they going to do? Wreck property? Hey, these people need a shitload of civil services. Then why are we fucking bringing them here? What's the point? And no offense, I don't even hate them personally. Well, I'm sure some of them are I'm sure some of them are good people, but they're not sending their best. Why, when you have a city that doesn't have enough for its own natural disaster reserves? Why, when you have a city that for the last 6 years has been raising property taxes on its most productive citizens, why do you keep funding people who can't fucking afford to be here? This isn't the most expensive city in the world. Far from it. Jesus Christ. And then when people get angry, it's not allowed. You get shamed. Tell me this isn't a conspiracy. Tell me it's not a designed disillusion of what's been built by our ancestors. Tell me it's not them something isn't targeting us for fucking destruction. Because it's actively tear apart everything you've watched over the course of your life. Watch the city, especially the east side, actively turn to shit in front of your eyes. And then when you notice it, get yelled at and called all kinds of names. It's fucking intentional. Do not point out the fact that we're purposely engineering the destruction of your once beautiful communities. Don't point it out or we'll destroy you. Just bend over and take it, you fucking pleb. Yay. Yeah, Mr. Imus is right. Look, I'm not going to sit here and get mad at Mr. Imus. Mr. Imus does characters. Mr. Imus can shit on Minnesota all he wants. He says, you clowns changed your state flag to Somalia's flag. Talk about retarded. We got to bend over and take that from you, Imus, because you ain't wrong. Helgi says we're fucked. I mean, if you try to fight back, you get called all kinds of names. Or like January 6th, they take people who weren't even there and throw them in fucking prison. Fight back, go to jail. Get fucked over, sit there and take it. They're destroying what your ancestors built. They're destroying your birthright from the inside out. And if you dare raise your voice about it, you will be set back down. You think they weren't planning this shit during the Clinton and Bush administrations? Look at when they passed the Patriot Act and the NDAA. You think that shit was for terrorism? No, they were going to call you the terrorist one day. Switchblade Proper says, the founding fathers stated the freedom provided by the Constitution was only suited for those of high moral and religious character. These people are not comparable. Oh, boy. Aussie Mark says, Aaron is copycatting Nick Fuentes. Be original. Well, you know, look, some people are right. Some people are right, and it takes a lot of people a while to recognize it. Bird Collector says, about time Aaron goes on a good rant. If I wasn't so fucking broke, I'd kick in some. Hey, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Mudbutt Beardo with $4.99 says, this is why normal people in blue need to move to purple states, deprive them of your tax dollars, and fortify the states that you move to. It's probably not a terrible idea. Thank you, Mudbutt Beardo. Hey, Mr. Imus, my Tahoe is very nice and it's barely over 100. How dare you? And it's all highway miles, you shit. My Tahoe is a beautiful vehicle. I can't complain about my Tahoe. Oh, we got yeah, thank you for sending that in. Somebody just sent me this. Yeah, great park job. That's wonderful. We keep bringing people here from the third world. And meanwhile, the people who were born here and have a birthright to be here, they get addicted to drugs and methamphetamine and fentanyl. We don't have any resources for them. We have nothing for our people. But we have all kinds of money to bring third worlders here that, you know, let's just say got a lot of catching up to do. And then you go, oh, let's raise your property taxes by $500 a year. Don't fucking bitch about it. Don't you dare say anything about it, or you're the bad guy. Let us bend you over. Let's go to, I am sorry. Do I apologize for that rant, or do I not apologize for that rant? I don't know. Not My Demo with $50. Give Not My Demo in Olbermann.
They are afraid.
We have to rework that Anna Paulina Luna drop for $50 because our show got taken down temporarily yesterday because Hava Nagila is in that video, and apparently that's so hard copywritten that it gets your video blocked. So I just have to put something else behind that. Thank you, Not My Demo, for the $50. I work a 5 to 10 a.m. job now. Hard to donate. May I get a medium sweatshirt for VIP? Hey, could you send me an email with that same information? And yes, I will order that on Friday. Every Friday, I do the orders for the VIPs. Thank you for that $50. Oh, my God. $85 away from today's goal. So Doorman earlier today said every VIP should give $25. And every VIP gives $25, let's knock out the goal by 8 o'clock. And then, in fairness, I did say, I don't think we're going to be able to do that. I don't think we're going to be able to do knocking out the goal by 8 a.m. But here we go. We've got 34 minutes left, and we're only $85 away from today's goal. We could do this thing by 8 o'clock. If you're a VIP or an OG, let's go $25. Rebecca did say earlier that if you're a normie, just go 10. Go for it. 383 Novocaine with $1. Says Ace Bar, now Somali Daycare. Old O'Reilly Auto Parts, Somali Market. Old Hardware Store, Somali Event Center. Need I say more? And again, if you say anything about it, you go, oh, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is a lot of this was built by taxpayer money and then just tack it onto our property taxes. Brian M. gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much over on YouTube. Thank you, Brian M. That puts us at $75. Never mind. Now we're at $60 away from today's goal because we got Mark Robinson with $20 over on YouTube. Thank you, pal.
Gold sucker, Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
You're right, Dusty Rhodes. Go into the steel toe pay window, baby. $60 away from today's goal. Do you know how bad there's going to be seething and like our viewership will drop on YouTube by quite a bit if we hit the goal by 8 o'clock? Because all of the pissy pants will go, fucking Joe, it's probably fake anyway. So guys, definitely don't knock out that goal by 8 o'clock. You'll just make people mad. Sorry, you guys are fun to play with. $60 away from today's goal. Keep it going. The Doorman Challenge says $25 from every VIP/OG. Thank you, guys. $60 from calling this morning a win. All right. Well, I almost had a fucking heart attack because one audience member sent me a thing about property taxes going up. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. We got a lot of people. Yeah, don't hold back, Aaron. Oh, man. Bappa Shab says, of course it's copyrighted. Okay, Bappa, I laughed so hard at that, too, when they sent me the notification that yesterday's episode was blocked. And I went in the thing because you can edit out what gets it blocked, and they'll put it back up, and they did. When I saw it was Hava Nagila, I was like, of course. Of course, that's what it is. Oh, and then you know who gets really mad? The people who hate Steel Toe get really mad when an episode gets blocked. Like, again, I'm sorry to be right, and I'm sorry to taunt you so much, but you really are the biggest fans I have, and you can't cope with it because yesterday's episode got blocked. And before I could go to take Nagila Hava out, somebody wrote in, they're like, why did you take down today's episode? What did you say that made you take down today's episode? What are you hiding from? And then as soon as it came back up, they're like, did you change my comments? You're just like, dude, you got to figure your shit out, buddy. Stop projecting all your problems onto me. Skybrick with $2 says, feeding our future scandal is the new Pearl Harbor. Oh, shit, we're going to war with Japan? Or are you saying that Franklin D. Roosevelt let the feeding our future scandal happen? Okay. King Kong Dong says, remember, we are the bigots. It's just frustrating. It's just frustrating to watch it happen in front of your eyes, but if you point it out, we will shame you. And of course you will shame us because you're probably getting paid off on the deal. And that kind of feeds nicely into the story we're going to do next. So Israel gets all of this money, all of our money. And by the way, if you don't know this, Israel is contractually obligated to buy United States weapons with that money. They have to buy American weapons with the billions of dollars we give them every year. So basically, they take your and I's money, and when they're not busy giving it to immigrants or relocating people in places where they know they're going to have a hard time, they take your tax money, they give it to Israel, and as a second spit in your face, Israel gives it to Raytheon and Northrop Grumman and Boeing and all these companies to buy weapons so they can commit a genocide. So they take your money and then roundabout give it to Fortune 500 American companies as a transfer of wealth and a fuck you. This is the kind of shit that makes people go, maybe Bernie Sanders isn't totally crazy about everything he says. But then, okay, so that's bad enough. Then you have women like this. This pissed me off yesterday when I saw it. Maybe today's going to be a pissed off show. I don't know. But I saw this poor fucking woman. And I don't know if you know this or not, but whether it's auto insurance or it's health insurance, when uninsured illegals or uninsured immigrants get in accidents, they go to the hospital, they rack up thousands of dollars in repair bills or healthcare bills, you're going to eat that. The next year when your insurance goes up, and the auto insurance companies are pretty transparent about this, they'll tell you, well, there was a lot of damage from uninsured drivers. So an uninsured driver hits one of their drivers, State Farm has to cover it for the other driver because the other person doesn't have insurance you can go after. And then that raises the premiums for everyone the next year. So you have all of these American citizens, all of these born and bred Americans who are doing it right, who have their health insurance, who are doing everything they've been told to do. You have this woman with cancer, and this is fucking sick. And I feel like the people who are openly trying to destroy America, I feel like they chortle at this woman. I feel like they laugh at women like this. I feel like this really is, like there's a sick, sadistic part of these people that enjoy what they're doing. A cancer patient has opened a roadside stand to pay for her $10,000 per month treatment that her insurance won't cover. But an illegal can go into any emergency room and they can get treated for whatever the fuck they did and they can walk right out. Don't worry, we'll pick up the tab. You can get in a car accident. You can walk away from the fucking thing. You can have no insurance, which is illegal in Minnesota. Don't worry, we'll just raise the premiums on the honest people next year. Israel gets billions of dollars every year. $10,000 a month. Let's say this woman needed cancer treatment for 2 years. That's 250 grand. We could take 250 grand away from Israel. We could give it to this hardworking fucking American citizen who is in the battle for her life. No, we got to make sure Northrop Grumman and Boeing can sell missiles and bombs and planes so that small Palestinian children can be slaughtered by a bunch of fucking Nazis. But this woman, this should make you mad as an America. If this doesn't, as an American, if this doesn't create a nationalist movement in this country, I don't know what does. Your countrymen, your compatriots, your neighbors are standing out on the street corner so they can pay for their fucking cancer treatment, because if they don't, they'll be sent home to fucking die. Meanwhile, our tax dollars are given to a bunch of fucking bloody-toothed sociopaths that can sexually hurt our children and then run back home and never have to face the consequences for it. But this woman stands on the side of the road so that people might give her a little bit extra money so she can fight the tumors that she's got in her body. Our birthright is being stolen from us. 100%. And it's hard to ignore. Let's watch it. This shit used to be heartbreaking. Now it's just upsetting.
A Wichita woman running a roadside bakery to save her own life. Diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer, she's found a medication that will help out. But that medication costs $10,000 and is not covered by insurance. Reporter Sophia Jordander has that story.
So there used to be communities. There used to be churches and charities that would take care of people like this. But then along came Medicare and Medicaid, and they said, oh, don't worry, we'll take care of all that for you. Now the churches and the charities don't have to do it. You don't have to have a spaghetti bake-off sale, whatever, spaghetti feed for the local community to help this lady pay for her cancer. All you guys have to do is, if you're an employee of a business, you got to give us 7.5% of your paycheck. And if you're a person who hires people, you just got to give us another 7.5% of that same person's paycheck. And then we'll have Medicare and Medicaid, and we can pay people's medical bills. All I know is the American people are 15% poorer, and this poor woman still has to sit on the roadside and sell fucking shitty homemade donuts so that she can pay her $10,000 a month bill so she doesn't die of cancer. But hey, don't worry, the doctors are getting rich. The drug companies are getting rich. I mean, it's hard not to understand Luigi Mangione at this point. It's hard not to. Why wouldn't this woman want to, somebody?
3.5 years ago, Jennifer Gordy was diagnosed with breast cancer. She had a double mastectomy, and that seemed to be the end of it. But a few months ago, she says she knew something was wrong.
Did all the tests necessary and possible and found out that here we sit 3 years later and my cancer actually never did go away.
Now Jennifer's cancer is considered terminal, spreading outside the initial tumor.
Fatigue, pain, nausea, all related just to the cancer. A lot of pain now that it's in the bones. It's literally just everywhere.
Jennifer's doctor has offered 2 medications that they say will starve the tumor.
It's what will literally save my life.
But the medication costs $10,000, and insurance won't cover it.
Oh, man, I wonder why these people are being shot in the street in broad daylight. It's not because people are angry, you fucking greedy cunts. It's because people are heartbroken. You have the power in your hands to sentence people to death. Insurance companies in this country are the angel of death, not the saver of souls. And like, I know what Luigi Mangione did is not going to really accomplish anything, but it's an expression of rage. And here's what I don't get. If some giant fucking drug addict gets knelt on in the streets of Minneapolis, we all have to look at the burning down of entire cities and go, well, you know, they're just expressing their rage. But a bunch of people decide to go to the ballot box and vote because, Jesus Christ, will somebody just give us the country we remember and stop rotting it from the inside out? Well, you're a fucking Nazi then. It's, as George Carlin once said, the tables are tilted, folks. The game is rigged. It's a big club and you ain't in it. And if you try to force your way in to stop the club from doing evil, they will shoot you, they will lock you in a cage, and they will silence you. This country was overthrown in 1963.
Based off of the fact that the medication's on their excluded list, they can't do anything about it.
To come up with the money, Jennifer...
No, they can do something about it. They can. They won't. It's a big difference.
...is running a roadside bakery, selling baked goods as well as clothing and coffee mugs.
Since I'm no longer able to do my full-time job, I've focused what energy I do have on doing this to try and come up with that $10,000 a month cost for those medications.
Jennifer's husband Adam says that while he works in a factory, his wife is working even harder to save her own life.
I'm so proud of her on how she's doing with this. Like, I'm kind of trying to choke back a tear right now.
And fight back! It's wonderful, and one of the great things about Europeans is that we do have a huge capacity for community and compassion. But one other thing we possess that we've suppressed for a long time is we're good fighters. We can fight back, especially when we feel just. The Crusades come to mind. Fight back, dude. I know you're proud of her, and you should be proud of her, and good for her. And this woman is the salt of the earth, and she's brave, and she's strong, and everything else. But goddamn, what can we do for this guy to fucking help him fight back against this?
He says that while the unknown is scary, they're trying to stay positive and enjoy the time they have together.
I know it's never going to go away, and I know it's terminal. But I try to look at it as we're all going to die one day anyway. I just want another 30 years.
In Wichita, Sophia Jernander, 12 News.
Again, this country gives so much money away to other countries. And I know when you make that argument, they're like, well, foreign aid is actually only like $40 billion. Do you know what $40 billion could do for the American people? Do you know what 40 million can do? Or 40 billion. I mean, 40 million could do a lot, but 40 billion. You know, it's funny. The government always seems to have enough money to give kids hormone treatments. The government always seems to have enough money to poison our children, but not to help out our mothers. The government always seems to have enough money to help you kill your baby, but doesn't seem to have enough money to save mom. That ain't by design. That's not people actively trying to destroy this country because this country was strong and it was great and the people of that country were happy and had high morale. And if they are that way, they won't go along with your socialist fucking schemes. So over the next few generations, we got to invade the colleges. We got to invade the boardrooms. We got to invade the media. And we have to try and slowly demoralize and beat down these people. I don't know. Switchblade Proper says it's so much fun watching Aaron get radicalized in real time. Welcome to the fight, brother. Look, man, I am really worried about where I'm going. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm getting very worried about where I'm going. I know a lot of you people are like, Aaron, you shouldn't be. But like, you know me. I know my history. I'm a student of history. And when you start looking at history and you go, not everyone who's ever gotten fucking fed up and feeling beaten down and has been fucked with and decided to fight back, they're not always as bad as people say they are. Sometimes they've just been pushed to desperation. And yes, they do terrible, awful, evil things, but they got fucked with and they put up with it and they put up with it and they got demoralized and they were made to not feel proud about themselves anymore. And then maybe it's wrong, maybe it's not okay, but the minute somebody came around and said, pick your fucking head up and be proud of yourself, it made them feel good for once. Nobody was stepping on their head and saying, all this is your fault. You're the fucking problem here. Shame on you. How dare you, and we're going to punish you. And then the minute somebody came by, even if it wasn't the right guy, and even if that guy did terrible things, you can understand the people who went, you know what? Maybe I should be proud of myself. Maybe I haven't done anything wrong. Maybe I have been fucking manipulated. That's all. Cottonwood says, the Aaron Jones show. Well, it just breaks my heart. This does, I got to be honest with you guys. This does come from a place of compassion. I'm seeing this woman need money and nobody's fucking helping. And I'm seeing babies being fucking bombed and killed. And I'm watching an entire region of this world be flattened, and every hospital and every school being demolished on purpose. And I'm watching my tax dollars pay for it. I'm fucking guilty. I'm having my money confiscated at gunpoint, and they're giving it to people who are eradicating people. Their stated mission is to wipe them out, and I'm funding it. But I also worry about where that energy goes, because I don't hate people. I fucking love people. People are the absolute best. But some of these people back the people in charge who are fucking us and killing us and crushing our spirit. And it's hard not to be mildly resentful of those people. I think the best thing that's going to happen in this country, and it's starting to happen with Trump and this last election, is that here's the one hope that America has. Finally, the people who have been here, the two groups of people who have been here the longest, not counting Native Americans, the two groups of people who have been here the longest, the whites and the blacks, they get together and they go, we're both facing the same bullshit. They're doing the same thing to both of us. You don't think the Democratic Party has been slowly demoralizing the black community for decades? You don't think they've been taking the black community, manipulating them, making them feel fucking worthless, introducing crack into their fucking neighborhoods, making them dependent on the government? You don't think they've been demoralizing any pride that black people have had? Black people and white people need to understand they've been doing the same thing to both of you. So fuck all the bullshit and fuck all the things they try to get you to fight about. All that stuff is horse shit. But I don't know. It's that when the system is rigged, that if you fight back against it and try to get justice, they're going to get you. I don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough. Mudbutt Beardo with $4.99 says they would rather pay for kids to be transitioned than cancer treatments. I know. And like, if you point that out and that makes you mad and that makes you upset and that makes you angry, you're somehow the fucking problem. Thermodyne Diesel with $50 says, thank you for speaking for us. I'm just speaking for me. If you relate to it, you relate to it, and I appreciate it. But this is...
They are afraid.
Thank you, Thermodyne Diesel. I appreciate it, buddy. 20 away from today. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, dope rant, Aaron. I'm behind you 100%, but could you find a way to organically roll this into White Power Hour? Because that's the cash cow around here. Jesus. Oh, thank you. I needed a laugh. Atomic Ray with $10 says, Aaron Jones show. Now we are on track for success. When will the supplements be available in the merch shop? At least get an affiliation before another Toastspiracy is created. Thanks. Thank you very, very much. See, like, I don't want to be angry, and I don't want to be angry for my kids. I want them to see that there's always hope. There's always a way out. There's always a way where it can get better. Because I feel like if you just get angry and then you sit in your hovel, that's what they want. They want you to just be mad and demoralized so they can point at you and go, look at all these angry people in their basements. Even though they're the ones that consciously were trying to do that to you. So get out there. Yell it from the mountaintops. You know? Numero uno says Aaron needs to get into 80s and early 90s punk. There's no way he can keep this energy going on a diet of Eric Church and easygoing fun time country music. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hobo Chili said, I need funny, so let's see what Hobo's got. Aaron, why is your face getting wide and outside? It looks like the screen of an old Zenith TV. Eric Cartman says, Aaron, are you asking for a civil war? No, I'm not. I'm calling for the opposite. I want everybody to unite against the people who have been trying, who have not been trying, who are actively destroying what your country used to be. Like take St. Cloud, Minnesota, for example. I was talking to someone yesterday about this. You can't tell me that what my eyes are seeing isn't real. I've watched the east side of St. Cloud, and this isn't, oh, when I was a boy, when I was a kid. It's active. When I was a child, my grandmother, who raised my mother and her entire family, all my aunts and uncles, in a house on Wilson Avenue on the east end of St. Cloud. And you went down a block to East St. Germain, and it was a thriving main street, and it had a couple of banks, and it had a couple of convenience stores. It had a couple of nice restaurants. It had a nice bakery, a place where you could go get your hair cut. It had all of these things. The tobacco shop where I bought my first cigar, a plumbing place, a dentist, all of these places. And as you watched the poor immigrants come in and flood that area, you watched all of those shops shut down and literally buildings fall, and you watched nothing replace it. And you just watched it all die. The bank is gone, but the building's still there. The dentist is gone, but the building's still there. The Dutch-made bakery. A fucking pawn shop. They shut down the pawn shop. It's so fucking poor and desolate and decrepit on the east side of St. Cloud that a fucking pawn shop couldn't make it. The meth heads didn't have anything left to sell. You can't show me at 12 years old seeing what I saw and being 38 and taking a 20-minute drive and seeing it all be desolate. And you can't tell me, well, Aaron, that's just your eyes playing tricks on you. You know? Dusty Rhodes says, is Grandmother Imholt a hot potato, if you will, baby? It wasn't Grandma Imholt. It wasn't Grandma Imholt. Coyote NV with 199 says, insane person says everything I think is correct. Thanks, buddy. Yankee says mid-90s St. Cloud was a really fun place to go. People won't believe it, but it was a vibe, man. Downtown St. Cloud was fun. Full of people. Now the people in government here are like, well, how do we get people to go back down there? You fucked that up. It's over, dude. Fucked that up. You gave away their birthright. You gave away their home. And then you got mad at them when they resisted. When they said, boy, I'd really like my home back. Oh, that sounds like you're a Nazi. Oh, okay. Twitch Days VIP with $25. Bailey with 25 says, Twitch Days VIP, time for dues. Thank you, Bailey, for the $25. Give her a Hogan.
The gold sucker, Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Oh, my God. You guys are 10 over for tomorrow. You fucking did it.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
The goal's been hit before 8 o'clock today. Everything you guys throw in from here on out goes towards tomorrow. Thank you so much. The Doorman challenge worked. Doorman said, everybody throw in. What did he say? Every VIP throw in 25 and let's get the goal knocked out by 8 a.m. Then Rebecca said, every regular throw in $10. Well, you guys fucking did it, man. Great work. This person texting in, but Aaron, there's a pile of shoes in Poland, so we get fucked. You know, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a minute. I really don't want to, but let's talk about that for a minute since you brought it up. Why don't Russians bitch to this fucking day? Every time you criticize Russians, you don't see them go, but tens of millions of us died in World War II. You can't, like, you know why they can't say that? Because we would go, dude, it was 80 fucking years ago. It was a war. Shit happens. Things like that happen. Armenians don't sit there and go, but in 1917, they almost killed all of us. We all know that, and that's very, very terrible, but that doesn't stop you. That doesn't prevent you from being criticized today. You can still be criticized for shit you did today, even if your people went through something terrible in 1917. Way more Russians died in World War II. Way more Germans died in World War II. Germans don't get to feel the least bit bad. Germans don't get to mourn at all for World War II. That's kind of fucked up. A lot of English people died in the Blitz. A lot of Japanese. The Japanese got fucking nuked twice. Could you imagine if Hitler just nuked Warsaw? Oh my God. The things they would say. We nuked Hiroshima and then we nuked Nagasaki. We killed almost 500,000 people in 2 bombs. That's fine. Japan doesn't get to bitch about that. It's just interesting. That's all. It's just interesting. The Russians do their Nazi bits all the time. Yeah, but they follow up by rolling tanks up to your house, you know? Numero uno, that's not what I'm doing. I don't like to watch people commit genocides and then play victim at the same time. It really, it does something to you up here. It really fucks with you. All right, we got to pivot. We got to pivot. And by the way, this all started because somebody sent me a story about St. Cloud raising not their interest rate, St. Cloud raising their, oh God, what's the word? My property taxes. That's what it was. Mr. Approachable or King Kong Dong, I always fuck this up. They're writing under their real name on this one, so I always forget it. You can apply that logic to blacks claiming more rights because their ancestors from 8 generations ago were slaves. Yeah, but I feel like black people get criticized for pulling the slavery card a little. You know? This person writing in, The Shining said, here's Johnny. We're asking, where's Johnny? Yeah, if you are joining us, Johnny said he's feeling a little run down and his computer isn't working right. He thinks he should have everything taken care of by Monday. The only reason USSR survived was because Hitler was a stupid ass and the USA Lend-Lease Act and the Third Front in France. I'm gonna argue with you there a little bit. Oh God, if we're gonna talk about World War II, we could be here a minute. I'm gonna argue that Hitler was never going to be able to defeat the Russians. I'm going to argue that the Germans didn't have enough natural resources. I don't think the Lend-Lease Act would have mattered when the Germans stumbled into Stalingrad and fucked it up and they just rushed into the city and allowed the Russians to encircle them without reinforcing their supply lines. The Russians were able to get in behind the 6th Army and encircle them in Stalingrad, and the Germans couldn't sacrifice anything from Army Group A or B to go down and help Army Group C down in Stalingrad. So I'm not sure about that. I don't know if the Germans would have won against the Soviet Union. They were so resource depleted. I know they had Eastern European oil. They had some oil from Yugoslavia, but they needed to win in North Africa to get access to Middle Eastern oil, and they needed to win in southern Russia to get access to the oil in the Caucasus Mountains. Oil was king, especially when you have a mechanized army and the Luftwaffe and all that. If you don't have oil, you're fucked. So, yeah, losing their deep water ports didn't help either. So, I don't know. I don't know if the Russians, and Russia's tactic in every war, it was their tactic in the Napoleonic War, throw human bodies at it until you win. King Kong Dong says everyone would have won if the Axis won World War I. If you're talking about the not the Axis, the Central Powers. I mean, the British were committing war crimes in World War I. They were. The British were committing atrocities in World War I. They were starving German children. They were flying combat ships under false civilian flags and using it to attack German U-boats. They were doing fake surrenders to German U-boats, and then when the U-boat would surface to accept the surrender, they would bombard the U-boats. All of these were against the rules of war at the time. The British were even trying to strong-arm the Americans into joining the war on their side, threatening American ships. That if the American ships wanted to trade with, because we wanted to be totally neutral. If we traded with Germany, if we tried to get them food, if we tried to do weapon sales to the Germans, anything, the British said under no uncertain terms, we're going to sink American ships. I mean, the British threatened us. I'm not even sure the Zimmerman telegram was legit. Like, I don't, that's the telegram that the Germans supposedly sent the Mexicans, telling them to start a war with America. Why would the Germans take someone who was neutral and encourage another neutral nation to attack it? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I don't believe that happened. I do believe the British Empire was not exactly a good guy. Ask the Indians if they think the British Empire were good and not evil. I think if we would have helped the Germans, I think if we would have fought alongside, and we had a large German population in this country, I think if we would have fought alongside our German brothers and the Kaiser, I think the Germans wanted to upset the balance of power in continental Europe and not let the British lord over everything. I do think it would have balanced things out in Europe a bit. A strong, proud Germany would have never allowed Hitler to come to power. We could have avoided the Holocaust and Adolf Hitler had Germany either won World War I or they would have been forced into a stalemate and declared peace. I mean, they'd already defeated the Russians. I mean, you could argue the Russians defeated themselves too, but I don't know. Ablo Pacheco says, but we did trade with Germany anyway. Coca-Cola started another shell company of themselves to sell and buy syrup. The company was called Fanta. True. But yes, we fought alongside the British instead. Fake radio show with 199 with a good cope. Do any of the shows that cover you think you're cool? No, they think I'm their meal ticket. They need me. That's just a fact, buddy. I'm sorry. If that upsets you so much that you have to come here and cope to me and give me $2, Daddy, notice me. I need to cope. I'm sorry if that upsets you, and I know it does. They need me. I don't need that. I don't talk about them ever. We're doing fine. Doing fine over on the toe. They would not be doing fine if they didn't have the toe to create for them. Sorry. And they'll admit that, and if they won't, they're dishonest. It happens. It happens. By the way, Thermodyne with that 50. I need to update my my stats here. Thermodyne with $50. That puts him on the old leaderboard. Let's get him up there. Thermodyne is in the cuck chair with his $50. Congratulations, buddy. Let's get him all squared away. You guys have hit the goal so early today. Thank you so much. And you're ahead for tonight, and you're already ahead for tomorrow. This is great. You know, guys, if you want to keep throwing in, we can get ahead and stay ahead. Maybe we can start another one of those 1 month no goal runs like we had. Aaron, the Japanese also did a lot of horrific shit to China, but China rarely bitches. But Japan did make anime and panty vending machines, so all is forgiven, I say. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, let's continue on. McBuster says the Brits are rats that tried to undermine the USA more than the commies for 100 years. They finally sucked up to us when we saved them in World War I. Helgi says, I have to say that, otherwise they'll shut down my payment processing. All right. Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky says, holy fuck, what a great show today. Thank you. Eso Horny with $5 says, the real question is, does Charlotte's Web love you? Are you calling me some pig? Is that a goddamn some pig? Did you? So I'm Wilbur, and there's a spider, and I live in a pig pen, and you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Thank you very much. Yeah, Hobo says the Chinese don't bitch because it's a blood feud. They don't talk shit. They just kill. Yeah, there is something charming about the Japanese and the Chinese. They really just fucking hate each other, and they don't expect anyone to even take sides. They're just blinded by their open hatred of one another. It's old school. They do long-term feuds in spite better in that part of the world than we do. Nobody ever plays victim. You ever notice that? Chinese, Japanese, none of them play victim. Ever. They're just like, oh, we'll fucking tag you back, bitch. Like, oh, yeah, remember Nanking? And Japan's like, or China goes, yeah, I remember Nanking, but, I forgot about it for a second when I saw those two bright flashes from over on your island. What happened? You guys okay? After that, you started making octopus porn. We thought maybe something scrambled you up a little bit. But they do. They don't be like, you did this to us. You did this to us. They're like, well, fucking wait till you see what we do next time. All right. Let's continue on. Thank you guys very much. We're over for tomorrow. Continue on. I appreciate it. Okay, let's do silly shit. First half of the show, lit as fuck, fam. Next half of the show, we've probably got some other shit. Let's transition with this. Did you see Victor Robles chuck his bat? So this was an outfielder for the Mariners, for those of you who don't know who he is. Robles, I believe it's I used to say Robles. I think it's just Robles. I think I was doing that white guy thing where you try to over-culturize someone's name. But he is rehabbing an injury. If you're not a baseball fan, I'm going to get through this real quick because sports does bore some people. But a Mariners outfielder was injured. And in baseball, if you're out for a long time with an injury, they'll send you down to the minor leagues for a couple of weeks just to knock the rust off so you can come back strong. So Victor Robles is down there. And in 5 games down in the minors, he gets hit by pitches 3 times. And by the 3rd time, Victor's fucking had it. This should be the United States of America, the people of America trying to take their country back.
Right-hand batting right fielder lined out to Halter at third back in inning number 1. And the first pitch from Estes. Swung on and fouled.
So that's the 3rd time in 5 games that he's been hit by a pitch. He's just, and I don't know if you've ever been, if you played in Little League or if you played in high school. I've been hit by pitches, and in high school, a really, really, really good pitcher will throw like 80 tops, right? And if you get hit with an 80-mile-per-hour fastball, it fucking hurts really bad. Like, it, no matter where it hits you, it's going to be a deep bruise. People have been injured by getting hit by a pitch and have had to lose time. Now you go to the pros, and even in the minors, the rag arms are throwing 90. And you're getting decked by these fucking 90 to 97-mile-per-hour pitches. It fucking hurts. It's frustrating. It's angering. It's a hard way to get on base. Victor Robles has been hit 3 times in 5 games, so he's fucking had it.
Off on a pitch that hit him. He picks up the bat and throws it at Estes. He's been tossed. He is yelling at Joey.
Yeah, I don't really know if he cares, Blue. Like, the umpire's like, oh, yeah, well, you're out of here. He's like, yeah, I kind of assumed that when I picked up the bat and chucked it at this fucker. But this is just, you're tight. Like, let's say yesterday you're at work and someone throws something at you 90 miles per hour and hits you in the arm. You're going to go, what the fuck? He's going to go, sorry, man, my bad. Well, don't. And then let's say Wednesday, that same guy takes something, throws it 90 miles per hour, hits you right in the back. You're like, fucking hell, that's the second time this week. I'm sorry, man, it's getting away from me. I apologize. Just, God damn it. By Friday, that motherfucker does it to you again. You're going to jump over cubicles and you're going to choke that motherfucker. So I can understand Victor Robles wanting to take this bat and jam it up this pitcher's asshole. Unfortunately, nobody's going to let you run up to the mound and shove a bat up a pitcher's ass, so you got to throw it at him.
And now he runs towards the mound. Now just kind of watching him.
And there goes the granola bars. Sorry, guys. If you want fiber, you're going to have to find it somewhere else. I get it, man. I understand. He did post a big apology online, though. He wrote, I want to apologize to everyone with what happened today on the field. It's a little frustrating coming back from an injury that cost me almost the entire year. At the same time, my mother died, and returning to the field to do the rehab games. And he got hit 5 times in 3 games. I'm sorry, I had it backwards. I said he got hit 3 times in 5 games. He got hit 5 times in 3 games. I had it flipped. It's hard not to react. It wasn't the best attitude. I'm very sorry for what happened. I would have understood 3 times in 5 days. But 5 times in 3 days? Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that, dude. I feel bad for that guy. Oh, man. Like, I don't even want to see. I know they're going to suspend him. I know he's going to catch a lot of shit for him. For doing that. But I'm sorry. I understand it. Aussie Mark says, pussy already apologizing. Das Optic Nerve says, what a fag. I don't know. Like, I get he has to apologize. But at the same time, I wouldn't have asked him to. I wouldn't. Chuck the fucking bat at the guy. It hurts like hell. I can tell which people in our chat have been hit by a baseball in a game and which people haven't. It fucking sucks. One of the Pirates hitters did a bat flip yesterday after a walk. I don't understand baseball too much, but how disrespectful is that? A bat flip? For a walk, I don't think it's too bad because for a walk, it might just be you going, tossing your bat, whatever. For a home run, it's considered a little showy. The pitcher might not like that. There's 2 things when you hit a home run in baseball that you're not supposed to do. Bat flip. You're also not supposed to walk down the line and watch your home run. If you walk down Roger Clemens really resented that. If people hit home runs off him and they stopped to watch it, the next time they came up, he would throw right at their fucking head. Roger Clemens did not like that. Real Jack says, I would have made my suspension worth it and knocked out that ump that was getting in my face, tossing me out of the game. Well, Batwing Todd with $20 says, the artist formerly known as 12 Mai Tai Todd. I injured myself in the porn industry. They sent me to the minors, banging trailer trash and crack whores until the Peronis straightened themselves out. I didn't know there was a minor leagues for porn, but I get it now. Thank you for the $20, Batwing Todd.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And we got to update our leaderboard because Batwing Todd is back in the leaderboard. He is now in second place. Batwing Todd at $65. Stephanie in third with 50. Steven in fourth with 50. And in the cuck chair is Thermodyne Diesel with 50. Oh, shit. Gray Duckling is also at $95.30. That's right. He did throw in $22 today. There we go. Thank you very, very much. Rabbi Smoothie says, what happened to Luna? I don't know what you're talking about. Baba Booey Hooey with $1.99 says, saw a compilation of you praising Blind Mike. What gives? I don't think I've ever talked about Blind Mike, but if you say I did, then I did. But honestly, I can't remember a thing the guy said. Like I said, if it was worth any merit, I would have remembered it. And is he really blind? Is that like a funky like radio gimmick, or is he really a blind guy? I have no fucking idea. You watch these people 24 hours a day. I don't. All I know is they're super fans who do entire shows about me actually creating content. I'm just glad I can help these poor struggling broadcasters, because without me, I know they'd be stuck at about 30 viewers. So I say you're welcome. You don't have to thank me. I do it for the love of the game. By the way, thank you guys. You're about $50 over for tomorrow. Shit, keep it going. Thank you very much. All right, we got Ethan Klein responding to Hasan Piker. So this is very interesting because Hasan on Sunday was streaming on the Lord's Day of Rest. How dare he? Hasan Piker was streaming, and Hasan said that Gila Klein, because she served in the IDF, is an appropriate target for attacks. Meaning if you've ever fought for Israel, you've ever backed Israel, you've ever been in service of Israel, when it comes to terrorism, it is kind of interesting, though, when the people of Gaza fight back, it's called terrorism. When Israel bombs and levels, it's called war. That's not fair. I think what Hamas does should be called war. Israel's killed way more civilians than Hamas has. It doesn't get called terrorism. Either both of them commit acts of terrorism or both of them are fighting a war. I mean, Hamas targeted a shitload of military targets on October 7th. They just also happened to kill a fuckload of civilians. When Israel does that, it's called warfare. So why can't it be called warfare when Hamas does it? Well, anyway, probably because of who's controlling the messaging. So Ethan Klein made a video yesterday addressing the Hasan Piker Gila Klein thing. Now, Hasan look, we all laugh at Hasan Piker. Hasan's a fucking cunt, whatever. But Hasan Piker has a massive fucking audience. And and a lot of that audience is terminally online. And these people who are terminally online are completely broken in the brain and broken from reality. It is not a stretch to say that they might do some shit to Gila Klein. So it's not cool for Hasan Piker to say shit like that. It's really not, because it does directly put her in danger. I mean, people have fucked with the Kleins. They've called CPS on them, saying their kids are eating dog shit. They're saying that their house is filled with shit and poop and mess and everything else. They've sent human skulls to the Klein's house. CPS has showed up to their home. So people have fucked with the Kleins for a lot less. Saying that Gila Klein is an appropriate target for resistance, dude, your audience is not exactly all there. You gotta watch that shit.
Sunday afternoon.
So Ethan responded. We'll play a little bit of this. And by the way, I don't know, far be it for me to comment on someone's illness. Ethan's got either that Tourette's is getting worse, maybe it's stress induced, or like he's got to switch up some meds or something, because it's getting way more pronounced.
Relaxing with my family. And I get a text from a friend with a link to a video in it. And it's a video of my good old friend Hasan Piker claiming that my wife Gila would be a valid military target. Let's take a look.
DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants. Okay? It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral. Okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white. Okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And do
you ever hear Hasan Piker get called an anti-Semite? Maybe he does. Like, maybe people really go hard in the paint on him and call him an anti-Semite. But I just find it interesting that when a Turkish guy criticizes Israel, he doesn't seem to get as much pushback or as much hate. Maybe he gets his dick sucked by Twitch, figuratively, and who knows what Dan Clancy's doing behind the scenes. But when a white guy watches what's going on in Gaza And he goes, it looks like a genocide to me. It really looks like this is some Nazi shit. It's anti-Semitism. It's you hate all Jews, blah, blah, blah. And that's such a weird mind fuck because you're watching babies get murdered and you're mad. And you're like, well, that seems like a normal reaction to babies getting murdered. And they go, well, this just means you hate the group. So the people who are doing the genocide are trying to play victim when you say, hey, please stop flattening those hospitals and murdering babies and killing people trying to get food. They go, oh, you just hate all the people who are committing this genocide. Well, I mean, it does make sense to hate people who committed genocide, but I'm not saying everyone of that religious background is committing that genocide. You're lumping yourself in with them to cloak yourself in victimhood to avoid any actual facts of the criticism. That's bullshit. But I don't hear Hasan Piker catch that much shit.
Every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in the Israelis. Doesn't matter if they're...
So, I mean, just to make a point about resistance, just to make a point about the Israel-Gaza thing, and to throw a cheap shot in at a podcast feud you're having is really, really shitty.
So Hasan has been trying to claim that he meant only people during the raid would be legit to exact violence on it. But even if it's true that that's what he meant, why is he making it sound like she escaped justice? Wouldn't that justify a form of justice catching up to her, right? It's something she has coming. Right? Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in 20 years? Why does he mix up past and...
Can I answer? I'd like to answer. Because he's a petty bitch and he's a lot like a girl. Way more like a girl. Why do you think he does all that lifting and building all those big muscles? It's all the estrogen. He needs to make himself feel like a man. So if he has the big muscles, he can be a passive-aggressive bitch.
Present tense while he's discussing this. You know, is this a responsible use of his words and his platform? Don't you think that even if what you're saying is true and you meant only people on that raid would deserve violence, that invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true? And doesn't that...
Okay, I'm giving Ethan a lot of runway here because it is his wife, and I get it. That's really maddening. But just like, this is what bothers me about both Hasan and Ethan. Quit with the passive aggressive shit. Bow up and say what you've got to say. First of all, it makes your talk show way more interesting. And second of all, it doesn't make you look like such a bitch. Like, I don't like that Ethan's doing this thing where he's like, shouldn't he be using his platform for a better reason? There's no reason why this platform should be abused in such a... That's not your problem with what he's doing. Your problem with what he's doing is not, the misuse of the platform. I get, isn't this something everybody should be? No, you're fucking pissed because the guy basically said that your wife should be killed. I understand. Everybody can understand that. And you'd like to grab the fucker by the neck and you'd like to strangle him. That's totally, say that. That's fine to say because that's what you're upset about. That's what you're angry about. Hasan said that if somebody killed your wife, that would be legit. That's a shitty thing to say. That should piss you off. You should be upset. But you're doing the same thing Hasan's doing, where you're doing this passive-aggressive, that platform that he's using, oh, my God, it's such a shame. Oh, my God, he's mashuga. Just say what you want to say. Hey, fucker, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth, or you and I are going to have a problem that goes further than the internet. And that's understandable. But to go, the platform that he's in, come on. I get it. Like, I understand Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein has every right to be outraged. He has every right to be mad about this. But the idea that the thing you're upset about is that he's abusing the platform, or he's abusing, or he should be using his platform for more good, or what? That's like, Ethan doesn't give a shit. Like, if Hasan started using his platform to do a bake sale to raise money for charity. It's not like Ethan would go, oh, I'm just so proud of Hasan for using his platform. No, he wants him to stop saying shit that could get his wife hurt. That's understandable. That's understandable. Rabbi Smoothie says, Will Smith his ass. Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to Will Smith his ass. That's what you want to do. You don't want him to be better. You don't want him to improve the use of his platform or have a better message. You want him to stop shit talking your wife. And Lord knows anybody should be able to understand that. All right. I don't really need to go much further with the Ethan Hasan thing. That was the way Ethan decided to handle it, and that's fine. You know, it's Ethan lawsuit Klein. Ethan was dropping bombs like a month or two ago. He's like, bitch, you get a lawsuit. Bitch, you get a lawsuit. Ethan actually did a brilliant thing. So you had all these people like Frogan and Casey Tron and Denims, and they were all just playing his content. They weren't reacting to it. They weren't doing anything like that. And so what Ethan did was he copyrighted, paid the money, got the copyright for his content nuke of Hasan Piker, and he made it so that you can't just play his content. He owns it. It's his copyright. And if you try to make money off of using his copywritten material, you're fucked. Well, they didn't know that. And they played the whole thing, and they encouraged donations. They encouraged gifted subs on Twitch. They encouraged and they encouraged people to not watch it on Ethan's platform. They encouraged the people to not watch it on his platform because that would give Ethan money. They did it with that stated goal. So Ethan then goes, ha, gotcha, springs the copyright on him, and now he's suing him into oblivion. That's a fucking brilliant, dastardly supervillain move, all right? And now when Hasan says your wife's a valid target, you're like, shame on you for misusing your platform in this way. Come on. That's not what the Ethan we saw just a couple of months ago would have done. It's not beta bitch behavior. Not at all. It was a brilliant fucking move. People were trying to make hay off of his hard work and his ass. It was fucking brilliant. And yes, all you can eat Negro. That was smart too. And that's why it makes you so mad, is because it was a smart, legitimate move. 100%. So yes. I mean, it's not that difficult to make a move on stupid people, and that's what Ethan understands. All right, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do, got you again, sorry. And while we do open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care with a great selection, a wonderful selection of trucks and wreckers. I apologize. I was having a brain fart moment. I had to go to All Care's website because I get their phone number. It's very close to another person's phone number that I know by heart. And I was like, oh shit, am I remembering the All Care number or my friend's number that I'm giving away? 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care Towing, you get the absolute best in service. They are there quicker than anyone else. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203, and Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Go visit Derek and Tracy. Ask them about Oz's laser engraving. They're doing work together again, and I think that's awesome. That's Midland Armory, whether it's something to carry, whether it's hunting, sports shooting, home defense, personal defense, whatever you're looking for, knives, optics, parts, and gear, or start to finish, the entire suppressor process. You need our friends at Midland Armory. Derek and Tracy are the absolute best in the business. That is Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or midlandarmory.com. Again, that's midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Cheetos and the team at Stoney's welcome you in, especially on a beautiful summer day like this one. Hit the patio, hit Stoney's garage. Remember that Thursday is bike night with 250 beers, 250 cans on Thursdays at Stoney's, and great food trucks every single week. They also have live music every single weekend on the Fireball stage, fun acoustic acts out on the patio. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. You're going to love it. Visit Stoney's this week. All right, we've got a, you remember that story in Florida last week? I'm sorry, yesterday was the Florida story. Landers, that discount does not exist at Midland Armory. Aussie Mark says, someone saw Johnny at Stoney's last night. That's why he couldn't make it today. You know what? I'll take that rumor over Johnny died. I'll take that one. Carlos Cameo says, your friend would know if you accidentally doxed them on the show if they hear good morning N-word. Well, you guys are a subtle bunch. That's for sure. Hey, go ahead and hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. You're over $60 for tomorrow. Thank you very much. You guys are making up fake promo codes for Midland Armory. These aren't real promo codes. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to burst your bubble. But it's not, these promo codes are inaccurate as all hell. All right, very funny though. So this story out of Tennessee kind of speaks to that story out of Florida. You remember the guy, the illegal, who made the U-turn on a freeway? And then a family crashes into his 18-wheeler. He kills 3 people. We find out he's an illegal who California gave a fucking CDL to. Unbelievable. You know, Jesse P.S. Pointed this out on his show last night. I was listening to it after my show. And Jesse P.S. says, don't quit calling this fucking guy undocumented. The guy's got documents. They gave him a fucking CDL. He ain't undocumented. He's here illegally. They gave him a fucking CDL so he could drive a truck. They got no problem giving these people documents. So it ain't an issue of undocumented. It's an issue of legal and illegal. Well, now we've got a guy in Nashville proving once again that diversity is our strength. Nashville police charged a man with 4 counts of the R word, YouTube, the R word, after witnesses say they saw him assaulting an unconscious woman outside a church on Thursday. Officers with the Metro Nashville Police Department rushed the woman to an area hospital soon after the incident, but she died after arriving. Why hasn't this cunt been charged with murder? Police identified the suspect as 39-year-old Muhammad. So the whole outside of a church part just fucking enrages me more. A Nashville Fire Department crew traveling on Nolensville Pike just after 9:30 p.m. en route to a call saw the SA taking place on a sidewalk in front of the church. They turned around and chirped their siren. As they pulled up to the sidewalk, Muhammad was attempting to pull up the unconscious victim's pants. They should have just killed him right then and there. Just put him down. The fire crew detained Muhammad, called for police, and rendered aid to the victim. Just shove the fire hose up his ass and be done with it. Surveillance video shows the victim by herself walking unsteadily towards the front steps of the church. This is such a metaphor for the United States of America. She was unable to keep her balance and sat down on a step, appearing to be under the influence of some type of substance. Muhammad approached and sat down beside her. Muhammad made physical contact with the victim as she went in and out of consciousness as she tried to push him away. He ultimately lifted her off the steps and put her on the ground and, well, police say Muhammad refused to be interviewed after being taken into custody. His bond has been set at $300,000. As of Friday, the medical examiner was still awaiting the results of toxicology testing in order to determine the victim's cause of death. Police have identified the victim as a 34-year-old woman who they believe was homeless Her name has not been made public as a police chaplain was still trying to find and notify her family. I wonder if she, as a homeless American, was eligible for the same amount and as many benefits as, say, this Muhammad would have been eligible for. I'm just wondering because I'd hate to think that we've given up on our own citizens. And but instead we this guy's able to get more than she would be able to. I don't know, man. It's a pretty good fucking metaphor for what's been going on to the United States the last few decades. I'll say that. King Kong Dong with $1 says, get 50% off at the Golden Corral. Use the promo code Aaron's Hairline to get the... See, these aren't real promo codes you guys are coming up with. They're not. Aussie Mark says, you can get a driver's license without a visa. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. Then again, there's a lot of other things you're not supposed to be able to get without proper documentation or being legal, but who knows? Hobo says Roots. No, it was not Roots. It was not Roots. Hobo also says Inshallah. Yeah, indeed. I really hope this guy isn't profiled and this doesn't create Islamophobia. Remember that shit? Oh, man. Remember getting mad at that and then being told you're being irrational, like a terrorist attack would happen or some guy would do some fucked up shit, and then immediately the media would bring somebody on who's like, oh, I really hope this doesn't encourage anti-Islamic sentiment. I hope this doesn't create Islamophobia. Oh, yeah. Well, that is very important, now that all these people have been fucking killed by a guy screaming Allahu Akbar. It's really important that nobody feels anything bad about it. Oh, boy. Mr. Imus, yeah, that is what separates Gino and I in the broadcast business. He says Gino would scream the N-word and do a 15-minute rant about COVID. Gino and I take stories to different places. Everybody has their own style, Los Federales with $1 says, Aaron, I got your x-rays back after your gym injury. Check your X. Oh, all right. What happened? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you for your contributions to our program today. We are having a hell of a show. You see, Los Federales, that is not my x-ray. That is someone with a barbell stuck up their asshole. That is, I haven't been to the doctor recently, not since February. And when I was there, I didn't have any x-rays done. So I don't know where you got this, but this is certainly not my x-ray. And I don't care if anyone believes me or not. I do not shove barbells up my asshole. So I appreciate you sending this to me. I appreciate you being concerned, but I'm going to tell you right now, that is not me. Holy shit. I thought for a second Anna Kasparian was hosting InfoWars. You have to understand. Hold on.
Trump is the master when he's.
Oh, okay, we got it, Alex. You have to understand. I saw this as a small window, and not as a large window.
Countries at war.
And I saw this woman, and I went, "Holy fuck! Hell hath frozen over." Anna Kasparian is hosting InfoWars. What the fuck is that? I would immediately take back everything I've said today and go, I think the country's healing. I think we're getting better with Anna Kasparian hosting InfoWars, but it's not. It's some other beautiful lady. How's her forehead? Her forehead's not large. Okay. Well, then clearly I'm healing as well. Mr. Imus says, that's not Aaron. That barbell is way too heavy for him. You know what? That's more creative, though. I mean, he could have went with, it's totally you queer. He didn't do that. He made an Aaron couldn't lift that barbell to jam it up his own asshole joke. It's a little better. It's a little better. Papa Shab says, Aaron when he's going to the gym. Rabbi Smoothie says, I guess it was glute day. Yes. Atomic Ray says, that's one hell of a kidney stone you have there, Toe. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a health issue. Helgi says use the promo code Kegels and get 25% off your next barbell. Oh, boy. That looks like Maria Z. Bappa Shab says, you're such a simp. Get a hold of yourself, Imholt. I'm sorry. I like me some Anna Kasparian. If that's wrong, I don't want to be right. She's such a fiery bitch. Although I will say this about old Anna. Watching her debate people is infuriating. Like, she just turns into such a hood rat when she debates people. Like, I was watching her debate that Adam Sosnick guy, who's like my new favorite guy to hate from the PBD podcast. And everything is like, what the fuck? The fuck are you doing? You're fucking stupid. Like, her debate style is enraging. I like her spirit. I like her fire. But God, she is fucking terrible to listen. Like, beating Adam Sosnick in a debate is like beating a baby in basketball. It's not difficult. And don't get me wrong, she won. But boy, she made it closer than she needed it to be. All You Can Eat Negro says she is a big fan of you also. Oh, that's right. She liked following all the toe drama. Well, you know what? Maybe Anna Kasparian could join the show someday. That would be nice. But yeah, watching her struggle with Adam Sosnick. Although in fairness, Cenk kind of has that same problem too. They both just kind of get worked up and start shouting. And I think that's because they both came up in like that cable news era. And in that cable news era, you had to go, oh, you're a piece of shit. Oh, you're a Nazi. Oh, you're a communist libtard. Like, it's kind of, I don't think we're in so much of a different time, but that was really important that you had those big clashes on cable news. And that's kind of the era that they came up with. Or came up in. Mecca Jones says Cenk versus that Jewish guy recently was funny. All right, listen. You're going to have to come up with something more specific because Cenk has been debating a lot of Jewish guys recently. Are you going to are you talking about the Rabbi Shmuley one? Because I will say that the Rabbi Shmuley Cenk Uygur debate was fucking hilarious because it's just two guys chucking ad hominems at each other and then accusing the other one of ad hominem attacks. Rabbi Shmuley Cenk Uygur. Yeah, this is, do we want the El Arabiya one or do we want the Piers Morgan? They're both really, really good. I still think he's a psyop because I'm like, nobody's that Jewish. And maybe I'm wrong, but like, Rabbi Shmuley is like a walking stereotype where like he will cry out in pain as he strikes you. Rabbi Shmuley will go, you're a piece of shit. You're a douchebag. You're a cunty asshole. You shouldn't even be allowed to breathe. And then you go, oh, you support war criminals. How dare you call me a war criminal? That's like calling me the K word. How could you say something so terrible about me? You fat fucking hippopotamus cunt piece of shit. Like, because he's like, I've lost, you know what? This is a rough day at work. I've just lost total control of this.
You said I'm starting to look anti-Semite. That's all this baboon has.
Now you know why he has no issue with
And this is funny because in this interview, Cenk called him a baboon, and he goes, you're calling all Jews monkeys? How could you call all Jews apes and monkeys? But I love how he calls him a baboon, so Rabbi Shmuley goes, you want to do experiments on Jews like they're monkeys. Not gonna take your insults. Then you should leave. Get out of here. This is like watching two teenage girls argue over a boy.
Rabbi, allow Cenk to finish.
Okay, so my prediction is...
Hey, guys, ready? Do you think he's going to let Cenk finish? Let's all make our predictions right now. Will Rabbi Shmuley let Cenk Uygur finish his points calmly? I am part of the problem because I watch these two make points calmly. I'm like, this is boring. I'm boring my audience, whatever. But when these two are calling each other apes and baboons and monkeys and all this other shit, it's fucking great. If you guys can find, I highly recommend any Rabbi Shmuley debate. He's So fantastic. And Cenk Uygur, too. Cenk Uyghur's entertaining to listen to as well because they're just screaming at the people they're arguing with. Carlos Cameo says Cenk is brown Keith Olbermann. You know what? I'll go with that. Cenk is brown Keith Olbermann. All right, guys, thank you very much. Goals knocked out. We're ahead for tomorrow. Anything you guys throw in today goes towards tomorrow. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for such an amazing start to our week this week. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate you being here. Check out all our clips when you have time. Holy shit, are you guys the best. Let's get to this Brittney Spears thing. Let's have a nice palate cleanser. I wonder if Brittney Spears isn't getting better. We all kind of thought when they lifted the conservatorship and she started, dancing with knives and Instagramming from her locked bathroom. You kind of thought that, maybe this chick's going to really lose it and plunge off the deep end. But it does seem like she's put the knives away. She did get another divorce from the husband of just a little bit. And it does seem like, remember when she was just doing twirls in her foyer? Like she would just stand in the entryway of her house and she would spin around a bunch. And you were like, okay, she's just a, garden variety crazy bitch. Then all of a sudden she started clanging knives together and she started twirling around with the knives in her hand. You're like, all right, this really looks like it's about to get off the rails. Well, she's put the knives away. She's still got great mom tits. And now she wants to sing to them. And I'll be honest, I think Brittany's still got it.
Praying for another day. In the middle in LA.
Dude, it's in the eyes. It's either over-medicated or under-medicated, but something... Okay, everybody right now, let's analyze the eyes real quick before we listen to the singing. And is she doped up or is she missing appointment? I think she's doped up. Those eyes are very lazy. They're very droopy. Either she's not sleeping or she's doped up to the gills.
I didn't have to say, because we both know when I'm about to go. Know it very well, because I know that he knows I'm unfaithful.
Oh, that's right. She also likes to talk in a British accent sometimes. That's kind of her thing. And sometimes she likes to talk in a little kid's voice. She likes to do that sometimes. You know how I said about like if she's putting the knives away, maybe she's getting a little more normal? I really want to apologize for saying that like a second ago because I forgot about all of her other little idiosyncrasies like not knowing what her natural dialect is. And the singing is not back. I apologize. However, I will say to meet a woman in her early 40s who looks like that, hang on. Hang on to it. I mean, not this specific particular person. I mean, maybe the money's worth it. Maybe having a sugar mama would be worth it, but that, you got to sleep with one eye open. Gripping your pillow tight.
I kiss him as hard. Let's hit it.
Brittany's back, everybody. That was a video she put up yesterday that people were talking about. She apparently had another video she released recently. I haven't seen this one yet. I've only seen the singing one. This one doesn't have knives in it either. So again, we've seemed to have ditched the whole knife thing. And by the way, she's not at a party. She's not at like a gala event. She's not at like some big soiree. She just decided to put that on to dance around her house to Instagram, to her Instagram audience. That's just Brittany chilling out on a Saturday night at home, putting on a, fuck me and stare at my titties dress and spinning around to club music. That's... do I have to throw money like at the screen? Is there a way I can get dollars through the screen? Is there some way to, can she put a Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs up there? Because I really have never seen a woman do these kind of dance moves in front of me without having to throw money at her. Oh, the nipples came out of the dress. Oh, darn it, Brittney. Oh, silly you. I think you guys get the idea of that video. She's not okay. She's not doing all right. They really should have kept that bitch in a fucking conservatorship. She's going to blow through all of her money. She's not going to look after it one bit. I hope she's got professionals that, like we talked about wealth management yesterday, I hope she's got some wealth management people. I hope she's got a team working on this stuff for her, because that's not going to hold on to, what does she have, like $50 million left? You got to keep an eye on her. Please. Please. Redman says she needs OnlyFans. Okay, does she need OnlyFans, or do you need her to need OnlyFans? Mr. Imus says Aaron would make her a co-host and say she's the best ever. Again, I'm just glad Mr. Imus has gone from steel toe hater to just legit contributor to the show. It's much more honest, and it's made him better. I like it. All You Can Eat Negro says, I thought that was April after working a double shift at Waffle and Steak. We don't have waffle and steak here in Minnesota. Aussie Mark says she would have made a great show in Vegas. Well, she had a show in Vegas for a while. They gave her, and I think it was during her crazy days, they gave her a performance, what do they call it, a residency in Vegas. And wouldn't you know, she's a bit of a loose cannon. Papa Shab says it's like an aged-out stripper using her old go-to moves. They're still there, though. She reaches down in the bag of tricks, and she can still pull them out. Carlos Cameo says maybe this can be your next wife. Wouldn't be the first blonde with problems that you've married. Oh, boy. Historically White says, Daddy says I'm not allowed to go outside or spend my money. No, she doesn't have to do that anymore. She doesn't have to go out and ask her dad for money. She just gets to use her money. She has full... Let this sink in. Brittney Spears has full and total control over her life and finances. She's going to be fine. Mr. Imus says, Aaron, someone has to entertain these people. You aren't. I don't know. Our total today would disagree with you. What's Restream spitting out at us at the moment? 650, just under 700 on our 5 platforms checking out the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate it. Keep it moving. Our subs on every platform in the last week or so have been going way, way up. I appreciate that. The clips are doing better. I appreciate that. Just keep liking, keep following, and keep subscribing. I appreciate it. If our ad revenue number keeps going up, if we can hold that for a month or so, and that shows to be a trend, I think we're due for another goal drop. We just had like a $10 one about a month ago, and then a month before that, we dropped under 300 for the Rumble Creator Program. I don't know. It's looking pretty good. Apparently you guys are not having sex anymore. Young adults. I don't know. You guys are probably maybe a little more aged out of this program. But young adults are having no sex at all. According to, our CNN guy, Harry Enton. He's the main numbers guy over on CNN. He says that the latest studies are showing that young people aren't drinking and young people aren't fucking. And you can tell that our media is fucked. You can tell that our media is manipulative. You can tell that our media is trying to encourage us to destroy ourselves, because the media is reporting this like, oh my God, what's wrong with these weirdos? What's wrong with these strange young people? They're not picking up the bottle. They're not having irresponsible premarital sex. weirdo. Like, they're trying to gaslight young people into making less healthy decisions for themselves. I mean, tell me this isn't about engineering a culture, or engineering it into the shitter. Tell me this isn't about cultural manipulation. When you do a poll and you find out that young people are making healthier decisions for themselves, you go, oh, what's going on? You guys are so weird. Why aren't you destroying your body, and why aren't you destroying your dignity and destroying your generation like we got the millennials to do? I mean, why aren't you browbeaten and depressed like we did to Gen X? Why aren't you chasing money and just, forsaking everything just for another buck like we got the boomers to do with commercials? Like, why are you guys being healthier? Okay. Let's go ahead and see what Harry Enton has to say about the youngins, the kids. They're not drinking. They're drinking in the lowest numbers since the 1930s. And apparently not having as much sex as us millennials. Well, I mean, the millennials, correct me if I'm wrong, we invented hookup culture, right? It would be nice to see someone kill that. We really did watch our women become just complete undesirable whores. And it's because we thought we wanted it. We were like, yeah, women will just fuck you and then let you leave. And they'll just let you use them for cum dumpsters. And then we were like, yeah, that rules. Then we got a little older and that kept happening. And we were like, oh shit, that's right. I lose total respect for them when they let me do that. Oh, gross. I just kind of, when they let me treat them like a cum receptacle, I see them as a cum receptacle. I see that the behavior we've engaged in this generation has really led to less healthy human relationships. Whoopsie daisy. Let's go to our boy Harry Enton in CNN and see if the younger generations are bringing us back.
Huge decline. Americans who drink alcohol, we are looking at the lowest level since the 1930s. What are we talking about? Just 54% on occasion. Americans say that they drink alcohol. That's down from 4 points last year. That's down from 62% in 2023.
Okay, wait a minute, though. Wait. Again, like, do you not? And I'm sorry to do this to you guys, but I think when we watch these clips, and maybe this is because I watched Malcolm X recently, but I want you guys to go behind the numbers. And I want you to go behind the headlines. And I want you to look at how they present this shit to us. Oh, look at this. They're drinking less than this and less than this and less than this. I mean, you do understand drinking is bad for a society and it's bad for us. I mean, we all do it. Well, apparently not. 54% of Americans drink on occasion. The biggest drop is amongst Republicans and youth. And one thing Republicans and youth have in common is they do feel that we're having our country taken away from us and we're being kind of manipulated. So maybe they've stopped drinking because they want to stay sharp and they want to see the world for what it is. That might be it. A lot of people do that. But the fact that unhealthy behaviors are dropping and CNN's response is, oh, weird. Why are they doing this? Come on, Western man. Keep yourself intoxicated.
And it is way down from the record high the last year that happened when it was 71% back in 1900.
Right, when there was 25% interest rates and massive inflation and people were so depressed they were trying to drink themselves to death. Yeah, let's go ahead and copy that period of time.
178. This record low is being driven by younger folks and Republicans as well, as they increasingly view the idea of drinking as an unhealthy habit.
All right, well, good for them. They're a better man than I am. I went out this weekend. It's, don't get me wrong, did a cornhole tournament and then went and watched the UFC fights. Don't get me wrong, it's fun. It's a social lubricant, but it's fucking terrible for you.
The poll also asked about smoking. What did that show?
Yeah, same exact idea. It turns out
they're all fucking vaping, though. You got to be careful with that one because, ask them about vaping and that number will go up. They are vaping themselves senseless. Oh, wait, no, this says even including e-cigarettes, the percentage is below 2015 levels. All right. Fuck me running.
Up our vices a little bit. What are we talking about? Smoked a cigarette in the last week. Look at this. In 2025, just 11%. A decade ago, it was 19%. 2 decades ago, 25%. You look back 1974, about 50 years ago, it was 40%.
Don't call it 1974. That makes me feel old as fuck, dude. I was born in 86. I wasn't alive in 74. But don't call it 1900 and anything. That makes me feel ancient.
What is that? That's 1/4 the level. My goodness gracious. And again, younger folks are the ones who are saying that they are smoking less. And even
you didn't need to do that. How does this guy pull off, like, sometimes he does the guinea thing. He's like, hey, the numbers are the numbers. And then other times he's like, oh, all of those kids, darling, they're not doing the... And he can be a total prissy gay guy. Like he could be a Vikings cheerleader. Oh, I wish I wouldn't have seen that.
when you combine in e-cigarettes, we're still looking at considerably lower levels than we have in past decades.
And people watching are also going to see this tab. And you're saying that people are giving up vices, and you think sex is a vice?
I'm not saying that sex...
Yes. As someone who's used it as such, I can tell you, yes, it's a vice. It can be everything. It can be a medicine, a crutch. Not a good one, I'm saying. It can be compensation. It can be insecurity. Yes. I have lived a life, and I can tell you that sex should only be a part of a healthy relationship. I mean, you go ahead and you hook up, and you're like, this will make me feel all better. And then you're like, oh, you know what? I think I feel shittier. I think I feel... Is it because this is kind of dishonest and garbagey and fuckboyish? Like, I've done it all. Done it all. And the best way to do it is with someone you care about, someone you love, having kids, or just a little bit of fun. But, yeah, I would say, especially the way we use it in this country, yeah, pretty much a vice.
It's a vice. According to some people, perhaps it's a vice. It is not a vice according to the Harry Enton school of thought. But bow chickie wow.
Well, that's... Oh, God, did he really just do that? I interrupted him. I was going to say, yeah, because you do it at a bathhouse.
Wow, going down. What are we talking about? No sex at all in the last year as Kate's off on the side laughing it up.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not laughing.
She's doing something.
Sure.
She's not even sure.
Dude, 28, almost a third of all adults have not had sex in the last year. That's a big number. I actually sort of worry about that number. Half of adults 18 to 21 have had no sex at all in the last year. That's up from 24% in the 90s. You know what a lot of that is, though? They're all whacking off. And that's a problem. So, like I said, read behind the numbers. Take a look at it behind the numbers. I think a lot of them are addicted to adult content. And I think a lot of them are just whacking off senseless and turning into weird dungeon trolls. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good... I don't think it's, hey, look at all these people waiting for marriage. That's probably healthier, less STDs, more stable family units. That's all good. I don't think that's what it is. I think a lot of people are just cranking off, which is pretty antisocial behavior.
I'm blushing under all of this makeup.
She's blushing. There we go. In the 1990s, among all adults, no sex at all in the last year was 18%. In 2024, look at that, no sex at all. Up again 10 points. Look at here, those 18 to 21, look at that, 24% in the 1990s. It's the younger folks who are getting up to sex. Look at that percentage, doubled,
yeah.
No sex in the last year. Maybe they do need a little bit of alcohol. Maybe those two are related.
See, you see what I mean? You see what the media's doing. Maybe you should have another drink. Maybe you should have some more unprotected sex with a stranger. Where are you going, Weston, man? Why are you saying that you shouldn't drink as much? Why aren't you fornicating with loose women? The devil puts this shit in front of you and then shames you when you say no. This is the devil talking. I'm turning into a black Muslim. Don't touch the white man's pork. Don't touch the white man's liquor. Don't touch his women. We, as the so-called Negro in America, need to discover that we are part of the lost tribe of Shabazz. This is fucked up. The numbers go down on drinking and fucking, and the media goes, why don't you drink a little more and then have unprotected sex? What the fuck? I don't think Jesus would have done it that way. Gray Duckling with $2 says it's because of the answer no that I get. Well, that's understandable then. What the hell is going on? Oh, my goodness. Rational Redhead says Gen Z can't afford to drink, and they live with multiple half-siblings because mom and dad had casual, uncommitted sex, and they hate it. That's a great point. A lot of generations make their decision based on watching what happened before them. Rabbi Smoothie says, you mind your tongue, sir. Big Steve says girls too high standards, so now guys just whack off instead. Which is not a great idea. It's not a great idea. Yeah, Switchblade Proper agreeing with me. God, it's like we're the same guy. He says, stop saying 1900 and whatever the fuck. Right. Right. Oh, man. I'm just looking at, Helgi just says, Heil Satan. But that's how it feels. It feels like they're going, hey, you guys aren't drinking and you're not having unprotected sex as much. And you're like, right? Yeah, pretty cool. They're like, what's wrong with you, queer? And you're like, oh, shit. They shame you. All You Can Eat Negro says, Aaron's about to say, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. We didn't come here on the Nina, the Pinta, and the whatchamacallit. You were hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok. When you break a seal on the liquor bottle, that's a government seal that you're breaking. I am. I think I'm turning into a black Muslim. I need to call Farrakhan. Say, hey, can I get in? Helgi says, not getting sex, use promo code Muhammad and get 100% off your next consent. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Eagle of America says, there must be a headache epidemic. That could be it. Mecca Jones with a good point says, guys probably afraid of the climate, one crazy lady away from the slammer. They have said that that's part of the issue in... They have said that that's part of the issue with like college age kids is they are worried that they're going to have like a drunken hookup. And then after the drunken hookup, the next day, the girl might go, oh, I didn't consent to that. So they've done a lot of studies on that. And that is a legitimate concern. Carlos Cameo says Steel Toe Nation of Islam show. T. Duden, the devil is in that glory hole. You go into that glory hole, that's a devil's glory hole you're going into. McBuster is owning Actual SJW right now, and Actual SJW making up his own facts per usual. Ouch. Hurts to watch someone get destroyed in real time. Thomer Gomer with $25 says better late than never. Thank you, buddy.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Hey, if you're a VIP, you've been challenged by Doorman today. He says every VIP should throw in $25 today. But then he also said we should knock out the goal by 8 o'clock. Not only did you knock out that goal by 8 o'clock, but I think one more $25 drop, and I think we're $100 into tomorrow. Holy shit. Thank you very, very much. Richard Head says the reason that younger people are not having sex is because all the dicks women have now. That's it. You know what? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Actual SJW, tell his words. You have to be a fucking delusional, super crazy person to believe that. You really do. And I really do pity you, buddy, for if you really are that way. It's the sadness in which you live. And I'm sorry for whatever I've done to you. This is no joke. I've clearly damaged you in some way. I don't know how you could let me get into your head that much. I'm sorry, because this does not seem to be you handling things well. I apologize. You think people would understand by now that it's a show? Some of them just didn't get it. It's all a bunch of little Billy Bedlams running around. Mother held him too much or not enough. Happiness for that gentleman. hurts. Did you guys see this food influencer couple almost get decapitated by a vehicle? So they're at it looks like a diner. And this couple likes filming themselves eating their food, which, hey, look, we love Ed and Michelle on this program. I'm not going to sit here and be like, hey, fucking, why don't you stop filming your food? There's a time and place for everything, right? Well, this couple decided that they would have the privilege of filming one of the greatest viral moments in all of foodie streamer / YouTuber history. Check this out.
Oh, I'm gonna do a big bite with you. Cheers, my boy.
Is he having DTs? What the fuck is... Oh, what a lovely little channel. They ordered a big smorgasbord. So it's not a diner. It's a decent bistro type of restaurant. And they got all this wonderful food, and they have their nice fancy cocktails. And they're going to review all those cocktails for you, of course, and review all the food and tell you what's good and what's bad at this place. I mean, just a lovely little setup they've got. I would be annoyed if I worked there because I'm being filmed. I didn't ask to be filmed. I've got these people performing in my restaurant, but at the same time, they're advertising for it. So fuck it. The food looks nice. And then fucking wham. Oh, man. Look at all that glass, though. Oh, shit. They're lucky they were able to get up and walk away from that. No glass in their leg, in their arms, or at least they don't know it yet. Holy shit. It might have been a guy from another restaurant they did a review on. He was not happy. My wings are fucking delicious, you... Oh my God. Look at that. That drink lasted, though. Did that champagne flute break or did it live? Did it make it through? Watch it right over here. Look at it. It goes. It's up. It might have made it. It might have made it. Holy fuck. Chad E's nuts. Oh my God, this guy is psychotic. He's been begging for my attention lately. Oh my God, his whole life is for the toe. Thank you for the $20. If I had never gone after Chad, do you think I'd end up with the miserable life I had? Oh, dude, I fucking love my life. I have 3 amazing children. I spend shitloads of time with them. I have a job that allows me to spend shitloads of time with them. I have amazing friends. Beautiful woman to hang out. I mean, it's just a fucking... I'm sorry that this answer shouldn't upset you the way it does, but I'm very happy. Like, I was a year and a half ago, I went to a really irresponsible, dark, terrible place. And I know that you're probably not a very experienced guy, so you think that's like probably really cool and rad. It's destructive and awful and a really terrible thing for human beings to do. And coming out of that and learning and all that stuff, I couldn't be happier, buddy. I'm sorry. I know you want me to be a certain way, but I've been trying to tell you that's a really unhealthy way to be. Don't live your life for me. You're going to disappoint yourself. But no, I thank you very much for the $20 and give that man a Hogan is what I say. Sorry, buddy.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I always feel like I'm letting haters down when I don't fulfill their fan fiction. But then again, that's kind of their mental illness to bear. Take your pills, buddy. You'll be all right. I'm surprised they didn't get more fucked up than they did. I'm guessing it's these supports here. It stopped the car, but I mean, they're both standing. They're shaking off the glass. They seem to be all right. Oh my God. Do we have an update on these two? Sometimes you like break shit and you like injure yourself really bad, but it takes like 20 or 30 seconds for the adrenaline to wear off. The owner of the now damaged eatery confirms the insane video is legit and that he was actually standing nearby when the terrifying moment unfolded. The owner noted both of the vloggers were transported to the hospital, which they documented in their viral video, while the driver was completely fine. That said, the owner tells TMZ she'll be held accountable for the damages she caused to his business. Well, of course, naturally. You can't just run into a restaurant and go, fuck, what do you do? But I think everybody's auto insurance has a certain amount of building damage coverage. So I think that's insurable. Unless, of course, you're here, at the, at the behest of the Biden administration and you're just allowed to be here illegally, then don't worry, somebody will pick up the tab. It's not entirely clear what happened, but we're told the driver was actually on her way to the joint for a private event when something she can't recall went wrong. Usually when shit like that happens, if someone's parking, a lot of times what they'll do, and I don't understand how you can do this, is they'll hammer the accelerator when they went to go for the brake, and they'll just speed right through the window. It happens more often than you think. Authorities investigated the incident, but at the end of the day, it was determined to be a freak accident. The driver was not impaired. One of the influencers already reacted to the scary moment, saying, "I'm beyond grateful to be alive," after an SUV crashed through the glass at Cuvee Culinary Creations in Houston, shattering everything, while Patrick Blackwood and I, his fucking name is on the nose, recorded an eating show. It hit us directly, me on his left, him on my right, as I bit into a delicious salmon slider. Way to get the plug in, though. Nice job. All shaken up, you still get the salmon slider plug in. This experience showed me who truly matters. Life's too short for grudges or anger. Let go, forgive, live in the now, and cherish those around you. This could have been our last meal. Well, thank God you filmed it. Thank God you filmed that whole rant. Aussie Mark says another illegal driver. Mecca Jones says the driver's name was Muhammad. God damn it, every time. I will say that I kind of was thinking illegal at first, too. It sounds like it was just some woman who mistook the accelerator or the brake for the accelerator and bam, right through. Veldrain says, drive up, drive in, drive through the restaurant. Vag Scabs, thank you very much. Oh, Ryan the Garbage Man letting me know it's a slammin' salmon slider. Vag Scab says, today's show is awesome with your rants. It's why I listen every day at work since the radio days. Steel Toe is the best. A lot of really great reviews. A lot of really great reviews on today's show, and I appreciate it. Probably why we hit the goal so early. Probably why we're so over for today. Mr. Imus. Oh, yeah, I don't know where this fan fiction came from. Aaron's new girlfriend is now known as Salmon Sly. There's no new girlfriend. Rabbi Smoothie says it's always 50-50, women or illegal. I have to say, I think you're correct, because every time I go, whenever there's somebody who's driving like a fucking asshole and I'm behind him, I'm like, I gotta see this motherfucker's face. And I do play the game. If I'm in St. Cloud, it's woman or Somali. And when I'm just out on the freeway or whatever, it's woman or old person. And usually old person, I'll be honest. But, oh my God, I didn't get to see who it was, but there was this person who had rented a U-Haul trailer, not the covered trailer, just a regular trailer. And we were going down 94, my neighbor and I, we were headed to my buddy's house for his cornhole tournament that he had. And I followed this guy for straight 40 minutes because I had to keep watching them drive, because you could tell they don't pull trailers very often, and they were scared as fuck because they kept crossing over this line and crossing over that line. And it was like 11 in the morning, so I don't think they were shit-faced. But then you go down 94 in Minnesota, and there's a lot of concrete barriers set up, and the lanes are narrowed because of road construction. This fucking person was weaving, and like you could tell they were just tense, and they were just trying to keep it between the lines and not hit the, semi next to them and everything. They banged that trailer wheel into the concrete median at least 4 times while we were following them. And they never signaled any single one of their lane changes, nothing. So we'd watch them veer into lanes and almost hit people and weave back into the other one and almost hit somebody. I had to keep following them. I had to keep watching. It was the most entertaining drive to Maple Grove I've ever had in my life. Unfortunately, and this is the most heartbreaking thing, I was never able to see the fucking person's face. So I didn't get to see what they actually looked like. Helgi says 94 is sketchy as fuck. Mr. Imus says, did you video it? No, I was driving. I'm not going to pull out my phone and fucking start filming the guy, but it was a good idea. You're right. I should do that next time. I apologize. Chevy fan says, and that was me. I was drunk off Stoney's Bloody Marys. Stay in your own lane. Oh, sorry. My bad. Mr. Imus says it was Johnny hauling his crap to Aaron's crawl space. That was he was going the wrong way. He was going the other way. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, this will help your blood pressure today. Oh, God. Here we go. Actual SJW, I've been kind of seeing when I go back in the chat, Sam Show and McBuster are fucking you up right now and the other people. I mean, they are making great points. You are kind of showing yourself to be remarkably delusional, but then again, I've come to expect it from the likes of people who chase after me and try to get daddy's attention all the time. All right, this is going to help my blood pressure. Okay, good. I'm excited about this. Let's see. Let's see what the story is. South St. Cloud Gym could soon become a daycare center. Oh, for fuck's sake. Let me guess. Somali-run daycare center? Let me guess. If you stop by there at any time of the week, the amount of people signed into the daycare center is probably not going to match the amount of people there. That never happens in Minnesota. In fact, it's racist for you to point out that ever could happen in Minnesota. This is a good point. Someone texting in, you don't get to make fun of people with trailers after what you did. That's true. For those of you who don't remember back in the radio days, and thank the OGs for this, I did not hook up that trailer. It was hooked up by the U-Haul people. They said they had to do it. And when I was driving down, I think County Road 8 in Becker, all of a sudden the trailer started bouncing up and down behind me, just up and down and up and down. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. It was hanging on by the chains. That was it. The hitch had totally come off. And I just slowly broke. I slowed down as best I could. The chains came loose, and the trailer just went right into the ditch. Flipped over, the whole thing. Only one TV got damaged in the fall. It was amazing. But I have been blamed every day since for that trailer falling off, even though I had nothing to do with hooking it up. So thank you. All right, South St. Cloud Gym could soon become a daycare center. Let's check it out. A former gym in St. Cloud could be converted into a new daycare facility. The Zoning Board of Appeals will consider a conditional use permit during its meeting on Tuesday at 6 p.m. for the property on Roosevelt Road. That's all right. The property is most well known as the former Stay Fit. The 15,000 square foot single-story commercial building was built in 1989, has been occupied by a variety of commercial uses, including a hardware store and a health club. The proposed daycare facility by Vista Daycare will occupy about 8,200 square feet of the building's floor space. The remaining 6,900 square feet would remain available for other permitted uses like retail shops, personal services, and refreshments. The state of Minnesota requires child care centers provide an outdoor fenced activity area of no less than 50 square feet per child. Okay. Vista, what is Vista Daycare? That's what I need to know now. Vista Daycare. St. Cloud, Minnesota, preschool and daycare programs, New Horizon Academy. Is that what it is? I know this one. This is like a legit place, isn't it? I don't think this is a Minnesota welfare fraud daycare. I think this one might be okie dokie. I don't think this one's going to get my blood pressure ramped up. Unless there's something about this that I don't know. Zen Man Builds with $1 says Del Boca Vista Daycare. No, not quite that. Papa Shab says Aaron Cornell looked trans. I thought it. I didn't say it. Dead Game says, yes, they'll be feeding 900 kids a day with 32 enrolled. Another OG writing in says, Aaron, you did let a woman hook up the trailer and you trusted her. That is your fault. Well, they told me that they had to hook it up. It was an insurance issue. Do you guys want to go back and take a look? All right. 383 Novocaine says Vista Daycare don't exist. Well, it would be doesn't exist. Oh, I thought it was just part of New Horizon Academy, and that's why. Oh, so this is just a new. Oh, yeah, then it's definitely going to be fraud as fuck. If it's not even an existing daycare company and they're creating the daycare company to go into that building, oh, yeah, they're going to be defrauding the shit out of the state of Minnesota. No doubt about it. Let's go back and check out this New Horizon Academy because Bappa Shab had an interesting point. Aaron Cornell. Oh, no. No, I live with my husband, 2 boys, and our dog in Princeton. So, no, you're wrong, buddy. I get it, though. I understand what you're screaming. I get it. Chevy Fan says U-Haul and Ready Rents have to hook the trailer up and do a light check. It's policy. And she did. I had to go in. I did the light check, the whole thing. And then the fucker came off. It's a 1 in a million deal. It can happen to anyone. It happened to me. Life goes on. Thank you guys very much. 09 Canyon says, yeah, I think she's just unfortunate looking. So fucking mean. You guys are really mean. Okay, we are $65 ahead for tomorrow. We knocked out the goal before 8 o'clock. We're really sorry if you came here to seethe at me because you're unhappy. You're just going to be more unhappy. Hit like on your way out, and thank you very much for being here. All right, there's an Ohio Chick-fil-A requiring a chaperone for customers 17 and under. I wonder why they would do something like that. I mean, it seems like a really shitty policy. It really seems like, you know, kids who are 16 and 17 years old, that you're going to lose a lot of that customer base. Why in the hell would the Chick-fil-A in Kettering, Ohio, decide to start banning unchaperoned people 17 and under from their store? You know, if you watch most people who are against these kinds of things, they usually say, oh, well, this restaurant's just hateful. Well, oh, this restaurant's just terrible. They're awful. It's never because the restaurant has noticed a pattern of people that age fucking around in their store, making people feel unsafe and uncomfortable and wanting them to stay away so that other customers feel safe coming in. It's always, you know, they're just trying to bully these poor kids. They said in a statement last week, with school starting, we wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of our teen chaperone policy. We're grateful for your support and want to make sure Chick-fil-A Kettering is a safe and enjoyable place for everyone. Thank you so much. Guests 17 and under must be accompanied by a parent, guardian, or adult chaperone age 21 plus to dine in. Unaccompanied minors may be asked to leave. Thank you for helping us keep Chick-fil-A family friendly. Yeah, you know, it's nice. You know what I like about this? Chick-fil-A can put this policy out there They can just say, look, it's everybody. Everybody 17 and under has to have a chaperone or they can't come in. That way, if people want to say it's maybe targeting a certain group, they can go, nope, it's everybody. This is a great example of just a couple of people fucking around can ruin it for everybody else. Let's see what people's reactions were. Pretty sad that the good kids are getting punished. Well, that's how everything in life works. Tough shit. I'm sorry that Chick-fil-A doesn't have someone at the door who wants to do a fucking background check on every teenager that comes in. Let me see your school ISS record. How about instead of a chaperone policy, they say that they have the right to remove anybody from their property that is being disruptive? Because you don't want to let a bunch of fucking hoodlums who are going to come in and start starting fights and throwing shit all over. Why should you have to wait until the flash mobs before you just go, hey, you know what else would solve this? If we just didn't let teenagers come in here without parents. There you go. Problem solved. Why don't you just wait until they start making a giant fucking mess and making all your customers feel unsafe? Great. So my 18-year-old daughter can't take my 7-year-old daughter there without me, their mom, present? Well, actually, in your neighborhood, they might actually think the 18-year-old is the 7-year-old's mom, so you might be able to get away with it. Why punish all kids for doing something someone else does, and does that mean during the day also? So the kids riding their bikes, THEIR, their bikes to Chick-fil-A for a meal is done? Are there timelines in place or all the time? You know, this is the biggest fucking problem that we're having right now. And like I've always said, this started when I was a kid. Instead of going, hey, I'm going to talk to my kids and I'm going to make sure they're not fucking around at the Chick-fil-A. I'm really sorry this happened to your restaurant. We'll all talk to your children and talk to our children, and we'll make sure they know not to fuck around in there. And then when you go, hey, guys, don't misbehave when you go to Chick-fil-A. You're going to get kicked out. And they go, but we didn't, Mom. We were not the one. I know, but I don't care if you did or not. I'm just telling you right now, you behave while you're in those restaurants. That's the way it used to go. Now it's, how dare you not let my baby in the Chick-fil-A? My baby would never do anything wrong. My baby's not the one who was screwing up your restaurant. So don't punish my baby. Just punish everybody else but them. It's a lot better to use these things as what my father called them, learning lessons, rather than going, oh, but my kid's innocent. Oh, but my kid's a sweetheart. Yeah, probably not. And they might not have done anything in this Chick-fil-A, but I'm sure the little shithead did something somewhere to cosmically deserve this, so it all evens out in the end. I guess I won't be eating Chick-fil-A anymore, at least not the Kettering location. Try your luck at Popeyes. It's only a matter of time before they stop letting. Here's what happens. Chick-fil-A says nobody 17 and under gets to come in without a chaperone. So then all of those kids go to Chick-fil-A, and then the beatings and the head stompings happen, and then Chick-fil-A does it, and then just like shit rolls downhill. I'm in my 50s, but I disagree with their policies. There's better ways. I've managed restaurants, convenience stores, and retail places. Ooh, sorry, Captain Target. And this is not the answer. You're going to lose so much money and so much business, especially being close to the high school and junior high and whatnot. And on game nights, you're screwed because your business that you're used to getting on a game night is pretty much over. No, it's not. Game night, just go with your parents. Not only that, you know how many older people and you know how many parents are going to feel more safe going to that location? This didn't happen because the people who run the restaurant just got a wild hair up their ass one day. This happened because enough people fucked around in there and enough customers complained about it that they did something. It's going to help them. Jesus Chicken coming in hot with the hate policies. Oh, yep, here we go. The hate policies, because they just assume that they mean black kids. I have a question when people do that, because it never fails. Every time they go, oh, this is a hate policy. It's like when they say, hey, no baggy clothes in the club because we've had problems with people hiding guns and shit, or we're putting metal detectors in this bar, and they immediately go to, this is hateful towards black people. Whoa, wait. Let's not get in an argument about this now. Let's break this down logically. Why would you say black people? If Chick-fil-A says they've had a problem with unruly people 17 and under, and they're just going to ban everybody, I mean, that does mean white, Asian, black, Latino, everybody. Why are you saying that this is a hate policy towards black kids? Come on, you can do it. Come on, you can do it. Why? Is everyone missing the may part? If your quiet, well-behaved kid eats inside, I bet they fit inside that wording and will be fine to eat there. Look, man, I'm sure that this restaurant didn't do this because they were like, man, I really feel like being a dick to kids. I'm sure something happened. Yeah, Papa Shab with a great question. Papa Shab says, what do you want him to do? Say whites only? Yeah, I mean, that's going to get him way more shit. So instead, they're like, we'll split the baby and we'll go 17 and under has to be accompanied by an adult. Fair. If you say whites only, you're probably going to end up getting the same safety result as banning everyone 17 and under, but it's not going to be a good look publicly. Roots Calhoun says, everybody knows why. Everybody. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Sam Show says, I love doing that to people. Make them finish your thought for you. No. I'm making them finish their thought. When they're like, this is hateful. Why is it hateful? Well, because you're targeting black people. No, I'm not. I'm saying all people 17 and under. Well, yeah, but this is because black people sometimes fight in that Chick-fil-A. Ah, okay. Well, you said, no, I didn't say that. I was just ready to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I didn't want to bring it up. And I was going to say everybody, every race, 17 and under. You're the one who brought that part into it. Los Federales with $1 says, here, I will say it. All black minors must be accompanied by a non-black adult. Yes, that means you, Shatanya. Oh, I don't see. Now I think that would be hateful. I think that would be bad. Somebody, too, says the whole one person fucks something up for everyone pays the price has been around for, right? That has been around forever, and that's a very simple concept to grasp and one we all learned very early on. Roots Calhoun says a group of white kids in Letterman jackets with their blonde girlfriends are there to get food before hanky-panky at lookout point. And isn't it nice, Roots, when those girls are wearing their poodle skirts and they've got their hair done nice and they're holding all their textbooks? It's just nice that we live in that kind of a country. T. Duden says, my cigar club has a no riffraff policy. We demanded a jacket, no sneakers or jeans. Shut the fuck up. You just wanted to tell us all that you're in a fucking cigar club. Knock it off. Knock it off. Don't you dare. I don't like you going like, oh, yeah, my cigar club has a no riffraff policy. We all have to wear jackets. What? Can you tell us the moral of the story? Wait, let me do the moral of the story. You're in a cigar club. T. Duden says, no, that's how you keep the blacks out. I wasn't trying to say that. You were saying I was trying to.
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Jesus Christ, monkey balls. All right. Thank you, guys. More fun with another wonderful story. Oh, God. I forgot to close the Rabbi Shmuley Cenk Uygur debate video, and I just closed that last story we did. I have to go to the 8 o'clock hour stories now, but I closed it, and the next tab that popped up was Rabbi Shmuley and Cenk, and I'm like, oh, God, I missed this. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you do know common sense dictates you should double-check the trailer hitch even though they hooked it up. All right. I've got it. McBuster says, cigars simulate giant brown penises. You do the math. Hey, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Professor Tie-Dye says at Aaron's gay club, all chaps must be assless. All chaps are assless. Stop it. I'm tired of this myth out there that there's a thing called assless chap. All chaps are assless. That's what makes them chaps. Now stop making me say the word chaps. It's weird to say. And I like to start it with a J instead. Mr. Imus says, Aaron is banned from all U-Haul rentals. All of this is incorrect. I have never been banned from a U-Haul rental in my life. Los Federales says, Aaron smokes Robustos for girth. Fucking asshole. Oh, thank you, Rabbi Smoothie, for gifting a membership to Von Kaiser. Feel free to pass that along. Appreciate that. I only see one gifted membership that I missed. Rabbi. I'm only seeing one. He says I missed a couple of gifted memberships. Let's see. There's one. And that one went to Von Kaiser. And that's all I see. But either way, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Von Kaiser, if you want to pass that along, you surely can. I believe we're about $70 into tomorrow. Tomorrow's goal, because you guys are so fucking incredible. It's ridiculous. Thank you, Rabbi. And didn't you give all of your the $30 you gave yesterday? You gave that all to Gray Duckling, right? So you're starting over at 5. I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. Very nice of you. All right. I just want to pick a random spot in this Shank Rabbi Shmuley thing since it's up here, and then we'll go to the 8 o'clock stories.
And do 50 October 7th, and that's a stone cold fact backed up by every human rights.
Goddamn, son, you've done 15 October 7th, and that's the bottom line, because Cenk Uygur said so. If y'all want to see me sink Israel into the sea, give me a l'chaim. Oh, Moses, yeah. Sorry, he just said that's the stone cold facts, and I couldn't help myself. Rabbi Shmuley's a Jew. I say he's kvetching, whining, bitching, screaming, yelling, hollering. If y'all want me to stomp a mud hole in Rabbi Shmuley's monkey ass and walk it dry, give me a l'chaim. Oh, you're a mensch.
Good.
You never do. Isn't that the worst when you sign up for something? Like one time when I was in middle school, I wanted to go to a baseball camp with my friends, and it turns out we were just there to kill Pakistanis with baseball bats. It was really disappointing because we all wanted to play baseball, and we all felt that the killing Pakistanis with baseball bats really got in the way. It cut into the baseball time. And at one point, we looked at our coach, and like we're knee-deep in blood, and we're like, well, we didn't come here to commit a genocide. And they said, well, that's why your parents should have read the fine print. And sure enough, you go into the user agreement. The devil's in the details. Be allowed to speak? Are we going to let this Arab monkey just jabber away in his tree?
It's on our conscience. Here we go, as I told you.
Am I going to be allowed to speak at all? Yes, of course.
I am very upset for being so victimized in this debate. I'd like a chance to spew. Like, oh, you brought notes with you. Like, isn't that good? Like, don't you want to be prepared? Like, oh, how dare you check on the shit you're saying so you're not just making shit up as, oh, Hamas is mowing down all the Palestinians. That is the first I'm hearing of this. I'm glad Rabbi Shmuley could let us know that Hamas is mowing down all of the citizenry. That's amazing. By the way, them saying that Hamas steals all the aid is bullshit. You understand most of that aid has to go through Israel, and that Israel withholds the money. That's why Iran hasn't gotten a lot of their money, and the people of Palestine haven't gotten a lot of their money in aid. It's Israel. I just wanted to see these two call each other apes and monkeys and watch them lose their fucking mind. When they start getting into points, it's kind of like watching kids argue, really. But Rabbi Shmuley, that's my guy. I enjoy him. I enjoy Rabbi Shmuley. Rabbi Smoothie, our guy, says, notes, I guess next we'll be expected to take a list to the grocery store. Yeah, I always love that when they're like, you have been looking at your notes and you have been checking ChatGPT. And I, oh, sorry, I didn't know I was being a dick. My bad. Oh, boy. Sam Show says, you love Jew. Do I? Oh, no, that's going to get me in a lot of trouble in the clubs I go to. All right, let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, I don't know if Johnny's doing a show today or not. He did want to take the mornings off as he wasn't feeling very. He says he's been feeling run down and he's having computer problems. So I don't know if he's going to be all right there for this afternoon. But we will be back at fucking time. We're going to be back. Sorry, 6 o'clock. We're going to be back. We're also going to have quite a few clips up today. I think we're going to have 2 or 3 clips up today. Here we go. Walter with $10. Oh, Walter's here. He says behind and listening, so answering the commoner's call for $10. By the way, at 2 times speed, you sound like a raving lunatic. Great show. Thank you, Walter. Dude, the fucking rants I've been going on today, you play those at 2 times speed, it is probably going to sound pretty fucked up. Also, what is it? 70. I think we're at 75. I'm going to have to go back and check, but we're pushing 100 ahead for tomorrow morning. So thank you guys again for your generosity and your contributions. I thought this was kind of cool. The family of the tribal chief, not Roman Reigns, who inspired the Redskins logo, is demanding the team bring their uncle's, as he puts it, proud image back. Now, this is something very interesting because in the last year or so, a lot of people have been clamoring, ever since Trump got elected, a lot of people have been saying, one of the movements that they've pushed on Trump is bring back the Redskins name and bring back the Redskins logo. And it does seem like something that Trump would be open to. The Commanders is a dog shit name, to be clear. But And I'm really sorry. I apologize if I haven't seen anybody complain yet, but the lighting is going from light to dark. I really opened up the windows because it's a beautiful morning. I opened up the windows wide this morning, and the light's coming in this way, and it's hitting our studio lighting like head on. So it's probably fucking with it. I apologize. That's my bad. It's just a really beautiful day out today. And when I look over to the right, I want to see the beautiful summertime. It's on me. Anyway, little ADHD here towards the end of the show. But Washington football team, that was kind of a badass name. I actually kind of like that. Then they go to the Washington Commanders. Well, the reason they changed the name in the first place was not because Native Americans were outraged. In fact, there was no polling that showed higher than 12% of Native Americans giving a flying fuck about the Redskins name. In fact, there were a lot of Native Americans that knew that the logo was of Thomas Whitecalf and that the name Redskins was chosen by the current owner at the time, who was a Native American man, and that none of this was meant out of animosity. None of this was meant as hatred or a caricature or anything else. The logo of the Redskins was of a proud tribal chief, a noble warrior. And this was one of those, this kind of happened around the cancel culture period, early Trump administration. Well, I guess it was toward the end. July 2020 is when they got rid of the name. But it was one of those things where a small group of really loud people were the only ones making noise. So the NFL went, shit, we'd better. And then they got rid of Dan Snyder as the owner. And he turned out to be a giant piece of shit with all kinds of problems. So it was very easy to throw him under the bus and say, well, if you want to keep the Redskins name, that's like endorsing Dan Snyder. And nobody wanted to do that. But also it showed us when you don't really speak up because you don't give a shit, and most of us didn't give a shit, sometimes a small group of obnoxious people can run amok and take shit over. And you got to kind of learn from shit like that, because now you've got the family of Thomas Whitecalf, Native American family, born and raised. And they're asking the NFL, bring this fucking name back. Our uncle got his image just completely whitewashed from league history for, in our opinion, no reason, and we'd like to have it back. And I agree with them. The many fans of the Washington Commanders who long for the return of the team's former name and logo got a big boost from the family of the tribal chief who inspired both. The team caved to activist pressure to drop the name and logo in July 2020. It wasn't even necessarily that either. It wasn't even necessarily the activist pressure. The government did it. the patent office, the trademark office, removed their patent protection, removed their trademark and copyright protection. So basically, anybody could create Redskins merchandise and sell it. Anybody could use the Redskins name for profit. So basically, they got strong-armed. It didn't necessarily have as much to do with the activists because it was the same 10 people bitching every year. When the government stepped in and said, we're not going to protect your copyright, your trademark, your patent anymore for the Redskins, it became it became less profitable to keep the team name. So they kind of got fucked over. According to Thomas Whitecalf, the team was named after his late uncle, Two Guns Whitecalf, who was a chief of the Blackfeet tribe. Thomas told the New York Post the storied history of his uncle and called for the team to restore the name to honor his family and the Native American community, saying Whitecalf defended tribal traditions in our Blackfeet homeland in Montana, where many of us still live today. He went to Washington, D.C., where he forced the U.S. government to honor Indian treaties. He served as a model for the U.S. Mint's famous 1913 Indian head nickel. Whitecalf's face is still a collector's item. Thomas Whitecalf said his uncle was friends with Teddy Roosevelt Jr. and made President Calvin Coolidge a member of the Blackfeet Nation. His death in 1934 was front-page news. He went on to criticize the left-wing movement that led to the removal of his uncle's visage from the team logo, saying Whitecalf became the proud warrior face of the Redskins in 1972. Championed by Blackfeet leader Blackie Wetzel, it's his fucking name, Blackie Wetzel, and with support of Native Americans across the country. Cancel culture racists decided at some point they wanted to get rid of Indian images in the public domain. The Redskins and Two Guns were their number one target. Whitecalf's name was dropped from the Redskins narrative. His life story was erased from history. Even worse, Uncle Two Guns was dehumanized. He was ridiculed as a savage and clownish mascot. And that's accurate. I mean, they took this guy who was portrayed as a proud warrior, and they're like, no, it's not. It's a cartoonish, blackface, mammy shit. It's like, well, that was a real guy. So, like, take it easy. You're kind of being a dick. But I don't really know how much of it was cancel culture, so much as how much of it was a dollars and cents issue, because once the trademark and patent people said you can't keep it, what are you going to do? Thomas Whitecalf went on to link the group that opposed his uncle's presence on the logo to billionaire leftist George Soros. He also thanked President Trump for using his influence to pressure the team to change the name back. I mean, I think they should bring it back. I think it's a way better name. I think people remember it that way. I think a lot of people still call them that. I think a lot of people still slip up a lot and they go, oh yeah, we're playing the Redskins, the fucking Commanders. Ugh. But it wasn't really, the craziest part about it was never the Native American communities that were mad about it. 09 Canyon says the Redskins logo wasn't cartoonish at all. It looked good. But I mean, you still got the Blackhawks, you still got the Braves. The Indians became the Guardians, and that's named after their fucking bridge, which is gay. You still got the Seminoles, still got the Chiefs, still got a lot of them. So it was never about getting rid of Native American nicknames. It was never about the purity and the honesty of the movement. It was all about, ironically, collecting scalps. And they got the Redskins and they got the Indians and they went, woohoo, we did it. We win. It was never about changing anything. Native Americans can't point to anything that's now better or worse because they got rid. Well, they can point to something. They can point to things that are worse, I suppose. Holy shit, I have to go to Sam's Club more. I just got my Sam's Club rewards. My Sam's Club cash, which takes in the last year of shopping you've done and gives you money for it. I guess I've been more of a Costco guy. Guess who's just $1.32 richer in Sam's cash, bitch? I apparently have been forsaking the Sam's Club for Costco just a little bit. Shit. I don't think, look, I'll be honest. I don't think they're going to bring back the Redskins name. I think it's cool that people are fighting for it, but the NFL clearly didn't want it anyway, and they were looking for a reason to get rid of it, and they were looking for a reason to get rid of Daniel Snyder. So I don't think they're going to bring that back after fighting to get rid of it for so long. Chris Pratt was on Bill Maher's show. I like Chris Pratt. You know what I like about Chris Pratt? He never lets his politics make him angry, and he never argues with people about politics in an angry way. In fact, Chris Pratt has never really been one to preach his politics. He's not one of these actors who goes around, we got to do this, we got to do that. People always want him to, though. And it's always lefties. Like, lefties always want to get Chris Pratt into some kind of fucking political debate. And they want him to, they want him to like, oh, tell us your conservative thoughts. What they want to do is they want him to say something conservative so they can go, oh, get rid of him. Take him out of the fucking movie. Don't let him be in it. And all he wants to do is do his work. His faith and his politics have always been pretty private to him, but like, you're this weird spotted elephant if you're a conservative in Hollywood, so everyone wants you to say conservative shit so they can yell at you. And it's like, why would you do that to yourself? Well, also, Chris Pratt is married to a Kennedy. Sorry. Kennedy! So Bill Maher had Chris Pratt on his show recently, and that sounds like a cool episode. I might check that one out if I mow the lawn today. Chris Pratt was on Bill Maher's show, and Bill asked him, like, hey, when you're at family gatherings with your in-laws, does politics come up quite a bit? Because you got the Kennedy family historically pretty left. But this is what Chris Pratt had to say. I just love the way Chris Pratt handles political questions all the time.
In politics, you inherit enemies, and when you jump on the bandwagon with who is the most divisive president ever, it makes sense that you're going to be made to look terrible. And so I don't know what to believe, because it's not like I sit with Bobby and I go, so hey, let's talk about this. Let's talk about it. It's like we're just playing cards or playing Mafia or having fun or having dinner. I'm not going to pick his brain to find out exactly which of those things are true. I just kind of assume that none of them are. And for the most part, I wish him well, man. I hope there's certain things that he overseas that seem to be supported in a bipartisan way, like getting terrible toxic stuff out of our kids' food. I think that's a great thing. And so
that is weird how like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has always been like people have liked him over the years. And now he decides to be Trump's Health and Human Services secretary, and people are like, I've always thought he was a fucking Nazi. And it's like, for what? He wants to get like plastics out of food. That sounds like a winner. He wants to make sure the shit they're injecting into your kid's body isn't full of toxins and poisons. That sounds good, even if they're not. It's good to check. He wants to do actual studies to see if this shit is fucking people up long term. That sounds good. He wants to get high fructose corn syrup out of your food because it's way worse for you than sugar is. Not that sugar's great for you. All of that shit is good. These Democrats gave him so much shit during his confirmation hearing, and it was always about like, you're talking shit about prescription drugs. It's like, how about we talk about how the fucking Democratic Party went from being hippies who shouldn't trust any of these people, and if it's comes from the ground, it's all right, and smoke weed every day, to fucking simping for the drug companies during COVID. And now all of a sudden you're all about, Novo Nordisk and Bristol Myers Squibb and fucking Pfizer, like Moderna. You love them all now. You think they're all great. But Bobby Kennedy's the one who's changed. He's the bad guy, even though Bobby Kennedy is saying the same shit he said when I was a kid. This shit will fucking kill you.
Do that? That's amazing. I'd hate to be so mired in hatred for the president that any success from his administration is something I'd have an allergic reaction to. To be like, oh, well, if they do it, I don't want it to happen. I'll put Clorox in my children's cereal myself.
Yeah, right. That's fucked up. But there's too many people like that. I'm not saying it's the majority of the country. I don't think it is. But there's a lot of people who are like, fuck Bobby Kennedy for working with Trump. Should keep plastic in the food. I read a study somewhere that said plastic in the food shreds. It's awesome.
Or, it's like, come on, be reasonable here. There's certain things that would be a good thing to have. I want them all to be successful.
He's literally the most liberal guy in the administration. Except when it comes to Epstein, when all of a sudden they all become lefties. But, like, he's the most liberal guy in the administration. You should be happy that you've got a guy in there that sides with you on a lot of stuff. Oh, Kevin Soundboard says you have to say it in his voice. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's a terrible thing that we have all of these plastics in our children's food, and we're not doing anything to stop it. And, all of these vaccines. I'm not against vaccines. I've never said I'm against vaccines themselves. I think a lot of them can be very, important and helpful, but we need to find out which ones are actually hurting our children. You can tell I haven't done the Bobby Kennedy Jr. in a while. It's off. It's not quite right. It's off by a little. No, whoop my baby mama hoe ass. Thank you for the $1, but we're not doing that. Uh-oh, fake radio show, LOL. They've got a new cope. They've got what failed now? What failed now? What cope failed that you've got this one now? $1.99, he says, that boot is the same as the brewery logo. Uh-oh. We've known about each other for about 10 years. I started in 2014. They started in 15. We've spoken. No, you know what? I don't want to tell you that because I love when you guys come up with your new thing like, the toe's a bad man. And then you find your new thing and it fucking blows up in your face and then you get mad at. So I want you to embrace this brewery thing because I can't wait for you guys to send me another $1.99 to get mad at me for the brewery thing somehow. Kevin Soundboard says, keep working at it. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Also, we've missed you around here lately. Rational Redhead letting me know that Celsius is cheaper at Sam's Club than Costco. 18-pack for $17.94 or something like that. Holy really? That's pretty good. Crowder Wears Panties says, how dare Aaron use copyright clip art? Bro, I'm sorry we won the war and that you're still the Japanese on Iwo Jima hiding in the caves. I just, I'm sorry that you need me and we never needed you. Just admit that it upsets you, move on with your life, and try to salvage some happiness. Try to salvage some happiness out of the craziness that you feel for steel toe, because we've been doing a lot of mental health research on these anti-steel toe people, and apparently they're led by pedophiles and club-footed retards and blind people, and we found that following those people in an obsession with another man is gay, or as we've found also, faggoty. That's RFK Jr. saying that. Plankton with $1. No, this is not. I don't want to put this up on the screen if it's not fucking true, dude. Breaking local news. Former owner of the Bonfire Litchfield killed his wife and burnt it. That's not something anybody would. I'm not saying you're making that up. Hold on a second. I need to. Bonfire Litchfield wife. Where are you getting this information from? Because I think I've met those people before when I worked in Litchfield, because the Bonfire was an advertiser on my old afternoon show. Litchfield Bonfire wife. Okay, here's a post from 2021. I'm not seeing anything on this, Plankton. I'm not saying you're making it up, because that's a fucking weird thing to make up. T. Duden says that's not how trademarks work. A radio show and a beer does not create confusion in the marketplace. Dude, we're dealing with mentally retarded, mentally ill people who don't take their pills and have serious problems. Just laugh at them like I do and watch them keep coming back for more abuse. Rabbi Smoothie with $2 says, give my $7 to the duck. And this is for the haters. Uh-oh. So that's going to put the duck at 102.30. He's running away with it here because he's getting a lot of gifted money from people. All right, we got a clip. What's the clip?
Again, boo-hoo more, bitch. No one said you're the biggest anything.
He gets so mad. He starts crying and whining and complaining, and then he tells other people, boo-hoo, bitch. Like, dude, there are tears in your voice as you're saying that. He really does. He's the king of projection. It's always like, as he cries, he's like a Jew. He's like, he cries out in pain as he strikes you. He's such a victim. He's such a poor victim. Thank you for that, Rabbi Smoothie. The smart ones get it. The mentally ill, they need the tow. The plane crash on that golf course in New Zealand. I'm sure you've seen this by now. I'm sure this is something you've seen. Oh, before we do that, hold on. Yeah, cry bully is a great way to put it. Although less of a bully, more of like just mentally ill stalker. Thank you, Main Vein, for the $20. Appreciate it.
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Crowder wears panties saying female Jew. Yeah, you're probably right. Says, this is for the RFK Jr. You got the best RFK Jr. in the business, Aaron. Thanks for the laughs at work. We've actually done studies on whether or not Aaron does the best Robert F. Kennedy Jr. impression. And in the studies we've done, we found that Aaron's been over-vaccinated as a child, and the autism that he got from those vaccines has caused his impression ability to go up exponentially. Cheeto says, what would really set them off would be for you to do a comedy show there. Oh, boy. Oh, they might actually take a shot at me, like a gunshot at that point. They're close. They really are close, I believe. I think they really have attached themselves to me in such a predatory way, in such a parasitic way, that it can only end with them probably going way too far and trying something fucked up, because I frustrate them on a daily basis. I mean, just my mere existence. We've said this many times before, and they've caught on. They just won't admit it to their audience or themselves. That just me hitting go live every day, just meanwhile, I can't tell you when they go live. I wouldn't know. I don't watch. I'm not fans like they are. But like, that anger has to go somewhere, and they'll never blame themselves. They'll never look in the mirror. They'll try to take it out on me at some point. That's just, you attract crazy people. That's crazy people. Real Jacks 2 says, not bad, but Jim Stansel's RFK is better. Well, then you know what? We have to get Jim Stansel. I love Jim Stansel, by the way. We have to get Jim Stansel on the show, and we have to have an RFK Jr. off, I think. Bigot on Socialist Media says irrational obsessions will always become dangerous. No, absolutely. Like, there's only ratcheting. There's only going to be escalation with people with these mental deficiencies, and that's just what they are. Sam Show says they're easily trolled. Baby's first internet. They do. It's crazy that they'll like say all kinds of like weird, crazy, vile, evil shit, and we'll just go, whatever, guys, we're doing a show. And then if you do one little boop, they fly off the handle and they go insane. Whoop my baby mama hoe ass. No, we're not doing that to black people either. Stop doing things to black people. Jax2 says that would be awesome. Definitely get Stansel on your show. I like the guy. All right, we got another one. This is just a link that somebody texted in. We'll get a look at that. Oh, by the way, Chevy fans, send me in that 15-minute coping link you were talking about before. I would love to see that. Let's do the New Zealand plane crash video. This is wild. I mean, this is where pilots really earn their money. So there was an airplane in New Zealand that was going down, and they're calling this a plane crash, but I think it's more of a crash landing. I think they were able to guide it in. They found a golf course, and historically, golf courses have been very popular targets for planes that are going down. There's a lot of flat land. There's a lot of grass. You know, there's not, I mean, yeah, you got trees, but you got wide open, like 500-yard clearings that you can get through. If you can't find a decent stretch of open road, you find a golf course, you're golden. This was in New Zealand, I believe, over the weekend. Is this a crash or a crash? Oh, that's a crash. Yeah, nope, never mind. Fuck. By the way, this guy's slowing down the game with the wheelie cart. Just get on a fucking golf cart and get to your ball. See, if more of you guys had golf carts, you wouldn't have to run up to this plane crash. You could just get up there. Somebody else caught another angle of this, though, that showed more of the crash. We found that the pilot in this situation was not well. Be funny if you heard one guy like, would you all shut the fuck up? I'm trying to putt. The one guy that his game cannot be interrupted for anything. Plane crash, fuck it. This is for par, asshole. Trying to break 90 today. Jesus. All right, John, you're out. Come on, let's go. There was another angle of this. It'll be a quick, easy find on Twitter. There was another angle of this where somebody got it like from that hole, not from behind, but from like off to the side. New Zealand golf course crash. There's okay, there's the angle from the hill. We had that one. Here's the one where it's coming towards them. This is a different angle of the same crash. Oh, no, it was Sydney, Australia. I apologize, but I'm sure you guys would be like, same fucking place, dude. Who cares? Oh. Yeah, no, you guys are right. That's way more of a crash than a crash landing. We're definitely... Ooh, guys, can we take care of the fringe? What the fuck happened here? I mean, nice greens, don't get me wrong, but the fringe is... It needs work. Did that guy get out of the plane also? Like, oh, did you see that? Oh, go back a little bit. This poor guy goes running to help. I don't mean to laugh at him because he's trying to help the poor pilot who might have like fucking whacked his head on the steering wheel. But watch him take a tumble. Whoops. Hey, call 911. Get him some help. See, she didn't fall. She knew a little better. I mean, you can rush to help, but don't rush too much. Hey, don't go trampling on the green. Don't go thumping on the green. That grass is delicate. Fucking go around. All right, so that was more of a head-on look. Ooh. Survive that, right? You don't die from that kind of plane crash. You'll be okay. 2 people have escaped serious injury after a light aircraft crashed on a golf course in Sydney. The forced landing happened during a training flight just after 2 p.m. on Sunday with an instructor, pilot, and student on board. Oh, if you're a student, do you have to pay for the damages to the vehicle? I feel like you might be on the hook for that one, my man. That one might be on you. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says if a plane crashed and everyone was distracted, Aaron would finally get below 90. Yeah, that was a 5. No, I knocked that putt down cold. No, you didn't. Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, no, drilled it. Played it perfect. Well, we were helping the guy in the plane crash. Plane crash, I didn't even notice him. Is he okay? Oh, yeah. No, I parred that son of a bitch. Yeah, it's a tough par 5. Yeah, I know, toughest par 5 on the course. What can I say? It's my day. That's some Happy Gilmore shit. Play it as it lies. Or like a Caddyshack moment, like some guy putted and he missed by like that much, and then the plane goes, bam, just hits the ground and your ball rolls in. That counts. Kevin Soundboard says, now do this as an Aussie. I don't have a very good Aussie accent. I don't. All right. You see him there. Oh, you take a look there. You're going to chip that on real nice. You go up and down. You put it in for pie, and we're going to get out of here. Holy fuck, look at that. That's an airplane. I need so much of my focus just to do the Australian voice, which is mid at best, that I can't also say funny shit at the same time. RFK Jr. is a little easier because once you get the voice down, almost anything you say is funny in that voice. Ooh, a Boston TV news anchor is claiming that she lost her gig because she's white. She's blaming CBS and their DEI agenda. If you're going to sue over DEI, now is the time because it's a very anti-DEI kind of an environment right now. You know, Trump banned it. You know, you can't get federal money from anything if you're doing the if you're doing DEI stuff. Is this what I'm looking for? Start at 14:35. He's unhinged from the start. All right. Thank you very much, Chevy fan. If you're watching, I appreciate you sending that to me. I'm going to check that. Okay, cool. I'm going to check that after the show. It's funny, people make fun of your sign and logo, but I accidentally found Mersh's background on Google Images, like the third one down. He just paid an Indian on Fiverr to add water droplets. Someone texting in going, Aaron, your Jew is showing, then quoting me, if the student crashes, does he have to pay for damages? It's a fair question. I want to know if the guy has to pay. Hey, thank you, Main Vein. Oh, no, I did thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. You guys are, if you're not 100 into tomorrow, you're damn close to being 100 in for tomorrow. Marble Arm says $100 for the first one to hit the plane. Sam Show says Aussie accent is just roingy doingy boingy. It's kind of racist, actually. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, you need to watch more Didgeridoo Me and your impression will get better. I don't know what I'm not familiar with Didgeridoo Me. Is this worth looking up? Or are you sending me something like gay? Didgeridoo Me. Oh, this looks, I don't know if I should click on this. This looks gay. This looks like a gay guy doing some gay
St. Olaf
things.
College in Northfield, Minnesota is known for its established academics and as a college of the church. The school keeps its conventionalism strong through tradition, abiding by institution that has kept the campus comfortably stable throughout the years.
The fuck is this?
However, as the times and faces change, so do opinions, needs, and lifestyles. So when the campus community tries to take a step forward in cultural assimilation, one can imagine that the change doesn't...
Yeah, I see a lot of cultural change there in these videos. It's a lot of... This one looks like she's partially tanned white.
...come from the administration, the Board of Regents, or even the popular student government. Now, on St. Olaf campus, students say that change begins with hot dogs.
What the fuck?
We've been having free hot dogs, and that's brought in a lot of people.
It's more us cooking hot dogs and then like playing music while the hot dogs cook.
What the fuck does any of this have to do? Why did you send this? Why did you send me in this direction?
Doing slack.
And why is this guy dressed like an apostle?
And while the hot dogs
What the fuck you look like Indianapolis Jones for?
cook. And then like listening to music while we sit on our full stomachs.
We really want to just...
We just eat hot dogs together and then we listen to gay music. All right, and then, well, we just enjoy the fullness of the meal. And then we just like to sit and enjoy each other's company. And then we suck each other's dicks, okay? Fine. You broke me down. I said it. It's basically just a gay thing. Would explain the hot dogs.
Encourage people to come out and try something new.
We decided to call it like it is. It's the hot dog fest. I mean, or hot dog days, if you know.
I mean, don't get together and brainstorm or anything. This is so fucking bad, I want to keep watching it.
Days is an unofficial organization where students can come of their own free will to participate in activities
Is this asshole prick dickhead talking to a girl while standing on one leg? Somebody do a Ric Flair shoulder block to the back of his other kneecap. Fuck him.
were once believed to be...
Ew, imagine you're talking to a girl and you're like, well, no, sometimes I just stand this way because it really helps the posture. And, you know, if you have a good posture, you're going to be walking better later in life. And it's just, you know, something I learned from a yogi that I visited.
Hippie.
I stand like this all the time. My dad calls me a faggot, but I don't care.
Origin. In fact, at first glance, one can only say, where did these goddamn hippies come from?
Oh, shit! I didn't know that this lady was gonna fuck on these people. All right, let's go.
This reaction is understandable when the once quiet plaza is now full of djembe drums, didgeridoos, and burning incense. But one of the spokesmen for the group says that the tribal music atmosphere offers more than a spectacle for passers-by.
It's pretty simple. It's just a community, you know? It's just people that come together. First there was maybe one guitar, now there's five. First there's...
Oh, really? There's more to hate, I suppose. They all fuck up their chord changes, no doubt, and they're like, dring, dring, bring, dring. Oh, no, wait. Dring, dring, bring. Oh, hold on. Dring, dring, dring.
Maybe 2, 3 drums.
That's right. Like, I tried to play guitar. Like, when I turned 24, it was my golden birthday. And I said I wanted a guitar for my golden birthday. I think I was dating, I want to say I was dating Ashley at the time. Fuck, were we married already? 86, so this would be 2010. No, we weren't married yet, but I think we were together. And I got a guitar for my 24th birthday, my golden birthday, and I was going to learn how to play it. And I got DVDs, the whole thing. I'm going to learn how to play guitar. I start going, and they're like, here's the different chords. And I learned 3 chords. I took a country music guitar lesson because that's supposed to be easier. They call it 3 chords and the truth. It's country music. So I start playing the guitar, and then it gets to switching chords, and I just yelled fuck and cunt so many times. Before I had kids, I just yelled fuck and cunt so many times. I was about to Jeff Jarrett the fucking guitar over the stairs, so I quit. Always wanted to pick it up again, though.
Now there's people bringing drums from all over. If you notice,
I don't feel like I'm big enough of a douche. You know? I don't really feel like I'm a big enough asshole, so I want to learn how to play guitar.
Noticing there's mosquitoes around now. Normally we play drums and music almost constantly, consistently, didgeridoo, drum. There's almost always a reverberation in the air.
What's in your mind and your heart while you're playing will be broadcast through your instrument.
Oh.
So if your intent is to create a safe space to eat hot dogs and not have to deal with mosquitoes, then that's what's going to be put out around you.
Jesus fucking Christ. I've never seen nicer people be so effortlessly hateable.
And mosquitoes respect that.
Christian and his friends are not the first to bring the hippie culture to the old school halls of St. Olaf. According to the Beatniks, separate cultures of hippiedom have always been present on campus. However, no one is quite sure what brought them all together this year.
There's seniors, there's juniors, there's sophomores that have all been a part of bringing this together. And I mean, it was like people that were in the dance, that like really into the dance department, and there's people that were just really like being outside, and then there's the musicians and all the different grades. And
so just everybody, that's a good idea though. That's part of college. Everybody that nobody likes and nobody can stand got together and decided to hang out with each other. Good. Works for me. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, what the hell is this Didgeridoo Me was a male porn movie you talked about in the radio days. Oh, really? I did that? Oh. Sorry. My Lost Interest says, oh, fuck. You know what? sometimes I share with you guys and I feel like we're safe. You know, we've had an amazing show. You guys have gone way over for tomorrow. I appreciate it so much. My Lost Interest goes, what grown man celebrates his golden birthday? Kevin Soundboard says hot dogs and anal sex. They always leave that part out, don't they? You're like, oh, this sounds like a safe place I can go to. I'll have some hot dogs. You're like, I knew it. I knew you were going to try to fuck me in the butt. I knew this was what, son of a, every time. Sam Show says drop D is the boomer chord. They always go for it. I didn't get that far. Marble Arm says, looks like a breeding ground for homosexuals. Is it a breeding ground for homosexuals or a resting spot? I don't know. We did the Rhode Island cop meltdown story. I'm an AG. We did that last night. So if I have it here, but I didn't want to do it twice. And we're running out of time for today. If you want to check that out, go check out last night's evening show on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, wherever, Twitter. Doesn't matter. Nova has a concern he wants to raise with me today. Oh, he says not for the show. Huh. Okay. Well, that's too bad. He just sent me something about, I guess, that chick that Karmic is with. And I said, I played it on the show, and I said to that Karmic fella, and I don't want to get involved in any of the bullshit those guys are involved in, but I did say, Karmic, you just started fucking this chick. Don't go doing a show with the woman you're fucking, and don't listen to anyone else. Like, other people who are like, yeah, do it. It's totally fine. Who are you going to fucking listen to? Who knows better than to do a show with the chick you're fucking? Don't do it, buddy. Terrible idea. But Nova just wrote me and he's like, she's going to fucking destroy him. I don't want to see that happen. We had Karmic on the show. I kind of launched Karmic, and he seems like a guy who's way too high strung for this shit. Cause you got to have a sense of humor and just let shit roll off your back. It doesn't really matter what people say about you. You just do a show, you do your program. If you can make money, make money. And luckily we have an amazing audience that's always supported us. The rest of it's all just ego bullshit, just do your best show every day. But, I guess I got a text from someone who's concerned. They think that she's, I don't know. If you don't know how to handle it, this shit can destroy you. And I don't want to see that happen to old Karmic. He seemed like an earnest guy when he was on the show. Chevy Fan says, you need the real men come from northern Minnesota sound clip. No, dude. Northern Minnesota where the men are men and cows are nervous? No, thanks. No, thanks. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Sam Show with a good line. He goes, unprocessed trauma and psychological abuse worked wonders for my rhythm because of all the brain damage. All right, I'm out of here. Thank you so much. This was a nice, easy, amazing, incredible morning show. I loved every second of it. You guys were fantastic. You're over for tomorrow and you're over for tonight. And let's keep that vibe going. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day, and we will talk to you at 6 o'clock tonight.